Oh, welcome back, everyone. It is our last day of the closed qualifier. You corrected me earlier on, Summer, saying that I said it as the last day, but at least it is of the closed quali. We've got 2 more days, of course, next week for the main event. The game today is to determine who will be the 4th team joining.
Yeah, and I think this is a great way to end it. Obviously, we had a ton of fire. We were hoping to make it at least through to this grand finals, but I think this is just for the storyline of having the rematches over and over again for the side of Supermassive, obviously coming in through that upper bracket against BBL Pacific, who, well, there was some shaky scenes at the start of this, well, close qualifier playoffs. Now they're here for that redemption arc because, like you said, there's only one spot. It's do or die here for both of these teams. It's a best of 5 as well. So not only are these teams' endurance going to be tested, but also the map pool as well. And from what I know, Paris Supermassive and BBL Pacific haven't actually played a best of 5 against each other yet, but everything's been best of 3s, and every single time it's Papara Supermassive that's come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, at least for the context of this tournament, Summer, you mentioned the fact that it's a rematch. This is basically the trilogy of this head-to-head, right? It was the winners game of Group A that they played each other. That was a 2-1 to Papara Supermassive. It was the upper final of the closed quali that they play each other. Papara Supermassive take this 2-1. But now, I mean, sure, same team, same tournament, very similar climate. The one big difference is the fact that, as you say, this is now a game that lasts 5 maps, not 3. And so we look at both teams and endurance and things like that. BBL Pacific have already been through this once. Admittedly, it was only a 3-0. You know, they won all 3 maps. But they had themselves a good opportunity yesterday. And I think the only time did we ever question their dominance in the series was when in the first half of Split, when they went 7-5 down, right? If I'm not, or 6-all, I think it was. And then they proceeded to go down 10-9, and that was when we were like, okay, is this it? Is this going to be where we finally see a crack in the BBL Pacific side? Eternal Fire couldn't close out. They went 3-0. They're here today, and as I said, to complete this trilogy, it is that BO5 series to see who makes the main event, joining the likes of BBL Esports, Team Liquid, and Giant X.
And I think just highlighting on that is joining the main event, and especially for these teams, these are challenger level teams, and obviously we're having that sort of home ground advantage, sure, of the Turkish qualifier coming into the close. It's all Turkish teams coming into the closed bracket, closed qualifier playoff, so it's going to be nice to have that sort of local hero representation. And it's also going up against BBL, the team that you're looking at to top Turkish esports, whether that's in T1 or even all the way down to the Challengers League. And it's already starting off very fast over towards A, Ryan.
Yes, we are on Bind as our first map, and some quick movement towards the site for the Papara Supermassive side. A blinded Skylan taken down. Rose the second. Vent will get the trade, but the spike still not down, which means this attacking force has to go for a retake. Good onto damage for LaRock. The satchel over the top, blasting these players away, just trying to create some space for the plant. But you can see BBL Pacific's just pressing the issue, denying them of any opportunity, any space towards A, and now the pivot B has to come in.
Yeah, sure, it's that pivot B, but there's already so much information, obviously, with the TPs, the trips, is slowing it down, and it's a 4v2 situation. Sure, LaRock's on, well, remnants of HP, so you can expect him to be going first, going for that sort of Sova drone-esque type B, and it's a split-up post-plant for the side of Supermassive. This is an opportunity to equalise the numbers, and LaRock on 20 HP is managing to take down Selson. Vent's now noted, and it's just going to be a matter of time before it's closed out. An interesting start for Supermassive. You were thinking that could go in their favour, but the rotates for side of BBL Pacific came in so quick, forced the hand of rotating, and while changing the direction, they didn't want to go A anymore, went to B, and you're in a position where you needed to close out some of those engagements, especially the 1v1 you had over towards Elbow against a 20 HP Sage player. Like here, you can even see it's a lovely shot coming in from LaRock, but that was their way back into the round.
Yes, pistol over, and it's going BBL Pacific's way. I think, as you mentioned, the main letdown for the Papara Supermassive side wasn't exactly their fault. It was the fact that they just could not find the space to plant. They had no opportunity to give themselves that time allotment, get themselves onto the eco. Nothing more than just 5 classics for the attacking side. You can already see BBL Pacific posted up for this defense. Loiter's caught the opening kill of this round. Everyone else should just be quick to follow through from showers, one more from short. And I think this will be more or less into the meat grinder, and that will be the case. Comeback. Probably expected to get a little bit more. The dink is good, and Vent takes another. 3v3 now, and the damage continues to trickle in here as this defense forced away. The wingman getting the plant, and all of a sudden, the Papara Supermassive side, they're probably taking a little bit more than they even expected in a round like this, because it's BBL Pacific up to the next move.
There's a Guardian as well being picked up. You can hear that those shots being rattled off. This is going to be tough for the side of BBL Pacific to navigate. They need these kills a lot soon, especially with this split retake. You have a player towards short, players towards lamps as well. Thankfully, the short players occupied. Cruin realistically doing the most for this team. And it's back into a 1v1. Skylar's managed to get a classic kill onto Rose. Stuck towards half. Not going for the full stake this time, dwindling. He has to get this kill soon, rather than later. And no, it's Skylan coming in with a triple kill to close that out. And I was about to really commend the side of Supermassive in the sense that they're not really pressing any liberties. This is a best of 5. They're not. They got the spike down in the first round. They weren't forcing out. They had classics, Ryan, across the board. And you can just see here, sure, it's a free gun, but they're just catching the side of BBL Pacific off guard. They weren't necessarily ready for half of these engagements.
Ah, dear, that is an embarrassing round to lose. It is such an easy round to pick up, Summer, I think, for...
It should have been.
Yeah, BBL Pacific's sake. They should be with a fighting chance, and a really good one at that in the second round. Now the tables have been turned completely, right? You talk about an eco for this defense. It's a shorty, double sheriff, double classic. And look, Papara Supermassive did the same with less. But I think after winning a round like that, Papara Supermassive know that there is a mistake-prone defense, one in which that they need to penalise time and time again. Bearing in mind, this is their pick, and losing the pistol wasn't the start that they wanted in particular. They have definitely turned things right around and on the up and up as this round falls by the wayside for the defense.
And you can even see Umu opting for that outlaw coming into this, knowing how devastating the second round was to BBL Pacific's economy. Going through the motions, I wanted to stick just in case something like that does happen. A clean round realistically across the board for the side of Supermassive, because sure, you lose 2 players for a couple of really nice sheriff shots coming in from BBL Pacific over towards that short area, but they had players there to trade, and especially Umi just realistically just going through the motions with this outlaw. They're very easy kills to get. It's just one body shot.
It's pretty mental this round, I think. A lot of trading out on the A site. Scales tipped in favour of the Papara Supermassive side. Let's see what they do now that it's a bonus. Yeah, sure, quite top heavy. 3 Vandals. There is an Outlaw and a Sheriff as well, so it's not the most premium of investments, but it's certainly going to be a lot of firepower in a round that BBL Pacific should have dead to rights.
Should have I think is the key word, because if you're looking at the timeline, they should be 2-1 up now, if not 3-0, because we've seen how strong third rounds can be from both of these teams in particular. Good for one over towards short, the baiting out, and as well, having this Sage on board means that you're not too afraid to take those early engagements, especially over towards short, outside of hooker as well. Even if you get tagged up, there's that sort of revitalization in regards to the HP boards. Thrash being invested, but it's not gonna... Wait, did that catch? Loiter in the smoke?
It did. Loiter's caught. Comeback gets one. iPot trades out. The spam comes through from Comeback, and it's all on the combination of Vent and iPot. I think they have a good idea that iPot is posted with the Outlaw. Gun barrel spotted. Just further developing the information needed to convert this round, and with time being so low, They had to have taken the TP already if they wanted to go B, so they'll try and get the plant on A. The move of the smoke. It's 1 kill for iPot, but 1 and done. As the scoreline left level at 2-2. Some pretty decent damage though for Papara Supermassive when they know that they're going to have the credits to rebuy.
Yeah, just looking at this replay, it was sort of that baited out shot with Loiter playing over towards that lamp corner, taking a lot of damage as well. It sort of lulled Supermassive into that false sense of security that they could wide swing, they could start to scale up short and come back just taking that wide angle peek, gets a lovely headshot, comes back out, and then plays the rest of the round basically through smokes, managing just to pick another 2 up. Blazestorm online, saving a little bit of credits. I'm expecting an operator to come out for BPL Pacific in the next round or 2, especially if they're able to close this one out pretty cleanly. That's the thing. Supermassive. Couple of ultimates already online. Vent there with the orbital strike. Umi 1 away from the showstopper. And, well, for the side of BPL Pacific, you have a lot more of those passive ultimates. Sure, Blazestorm's pop for comeback, but looking towards crewing for any sort of information, and then that's an easy way to stop a direct hit over towards the B side, because, well, they don't necessarily want to be going there, especially with the elbow angles, backside spams. Just, is he going to get the chance to use it? It does look like Supermassive are toying with the idea, at least, just as Rose starts to rotate over. They've just recycling the smokes over towards short.
Now, this is just going to be the full-blown execute for the Papara Supermassive side. A lot of blocking utility, though. Showstopper out. Skyland gets the kill before it goes off, but the rocket gives good clearance towards site. Rose, TPs, has the chance. It's nearly a big miss, and only the single off the back of it. Sellers then activates to make it a hat-trick, and Loiter left 1v4. This was BBL's Pacific round to win, and Papara Supermassive, sure, the ultimate, the Showstopper getting invested. But that was it. The defense had everything. The walls, the cages, the trips. Cruin looked like he was in pole position to take this round solo. And a big, big whiff out of Rose. BBL Pacific left second best again. Loiter, tail tucked between his legs, will have to walk away with this one empty-handed. Might not even survive with his life, and that'll be the case. Umu makes light work of the flank. And it is 3-2. Papara Supermassive in front.
And I hope it shows in the replay the engagement. Yeah, there you go. Crew was dead to rights anyway, whether it was to the showstopper or to the players jumping out hooker. A delayed engagement as well, or at least the delayed kill towards backside. Just, it really put a halt to the side of BBL Pacific on what they wanted to do into that round. Because you could see they wanted to get that flood retake coming in, especially with Rose being able to TP into that backside, having all of that space gained already. Here's the player up on top of the box that really just was not being able to handle. Was not handled by BBL Pacific. Back onto this eco round. Skyland tasked with short. Light has an opportunity to, well, go overlooked. Skyland, it doesn't even look like he's considering it.
I think they know that if there's going to be one, there's got to be more.
I don't know.
If they're expecting the close position, it gets checked by the second player. Oh, it's so painful. It's the right idea to play for discipline, but it's always a hard watch when the first player walks by, and then it's the second, third, fourth player in the queue that eventually goes and checks the corner that you were relying so heavily on to win you an engagement or 2, and possibly even the round. BBL Pacific bested. And yeah, sure, it is on the pistols here, Summer, but you can't help but think that with the position that Loiter was in, there was just some definite false hope that this round could have been turned in the right direction for BBL Pacific. Instead, it goes south very, very quickly. Papara Supermassive just overload and overwhelm the A site. It is 4-2.
You can see the thought process as well with Loiter. He didn't necessarily push through that smoke wall, so has the opportunity to go overlooked, and, well, realistically did. And it just comes down to the fact that, like you said, it's the second, the third player that comes through. You got to feel for them, but a BBL Pacific timeout coming out, and I think earlier is better than later, because if you look at the rounds on the board, you win the pistol, you lose the follow-up, then you put onto that eco, you win the first rifle round, but falter in the second, go onto an eco. This realistically is your third rifle round, and it's only 7 rounds in, and you only have 2 on the board after winning the pistol.
Yeah, and I think we sort of have said a lot about poor timing on tactical pauses, and a lot of teams have done it, in our opinion, a little too late to turn the minute into something a little more serious and a little more productive. I think this is a really good point. As you say, look, you won the pistol, you won 1 standalone round in round 4. Other than that, you've lost all the important rounds. You've had plenty of chances to convert and haven't done so yet. It's meant to be a map that favours the defence, and if you aren't quite putting up the numbers, at least in the first 6 rounds or so, something's got to change in the second portion of this first half to at least have a manageable result heading into the second.
And looking at the board, 4 ultimates online. Sure, you use that Blaze Storm in the last just to make sure you can facilitate the operator into this one. So that's looking to be the key thing to bring them back into this round, to bring them back into this half. A Viper's put over towards short, so that's trying to lock down that area, even with a lot of utility help from crewing on that Cypher. So even if they do have that spot over towards lighter on short, they shouldn't be able to run him down, and I think that's the key thing. Unless we get Skydog, they notice it, they don't push into any further. There's a really passive angle from comeback over towards market with that operator. You'd expect him to take in a little bit more liberties over towards long, or taking that deep peek in. It's just an absolute green mess, Ryan, over towards A. You have 2 ultimates from 2 different angles. No one's necessarily holding this spike. It goes in, gets instantly popped, so that's going to have to be regained. Player tagged by that trip, but it's just good for 1 lighter.
And now there's so much security for that spike to go down. There's no counter util for the Viper. You can't go denying the snake bites instead. Umu up close. Now this could be a devastator for this defense. Damage done. And half of it to Rose. Not quite the kill, and you can see all of these players still happy to play funneled in the ult. They know that the spike has to be defused. Either that Viper dies and then they get some breathing room, or they're always going to be claustrophobic going for this retake. They're always going to feel like they're backed into a corner. And even with the smokes being deployed, Rose has taken so much damage to the decay, and BBL Pacific want nothing to do with it. And that's the control we know the Viper can have on this map. You can ult a site, you can keep it as yours, and as long as that Viper stays alive from beginning to end, there is little to no counter opportunity to it. And BBL Pacific, another investment, another important round, and a chance to put things in the right direction. And the timeout basically voided with the success of Papara Supermassive's 5th. Admittedly, 1 on the exit, but, you know, they've got the creds to rebuy. That isn't a damaging death for the Supermassive squad.
Yeah, and you're looking over towards these engagements over short. Lighter, of course, getting that easy pick through the smoke with that tripwire up, not ready for the second, and realistically, Vent was the one that came back into it. It gets the Viper, well, sort of diminishes that sort of presence over towards short, but also gets the pick onto crew, and so then that's the other trips, the other cameras, any sort of information of the Sentinel on the site has already been taken down, and then you're looking towards the remaining 3 players, a Sage, a Jet with an AWP, and Rose on the Omen. You just sort of, you can't believe in that retake either, especially with the utility that Supermassive had up, ready, and as that sort of funnel in to try and deny it, and talking about denying, Comeback was able to save that AWP. It's just nothing for him in the round. Sage Resurrection up online, where it's going to be risky to go for it, especially when you're on your own over towards Hooker. Well,
and the wall's broken, right? You know that as soon as you pop it, there could be 2, 3, 4 players swinging around that corner. Now with the Skydog taking control of that Hooker position, that is a definite 5v4. And here we go. Now some util of their own. Time for them to send it out. That's a lock for the Omen. Hands bound together. It's Larocque that gets one back, but Vent and iPod opening the site 2v4. And it's very similar to a lot of these rounds that we've seen already, Summer, where it's Papara Supermassive. They don't do anything spectacular. It's not like they win the round before the spike goes down, but they put themselves in such a good position that when the spike is down or is just about to, they're already a couple of numbers up. They've already got the site control. They've already got the position that they want to keep in the post plant. And so this, a very free round. Yet again, BBL Pacific, I mean, they might try and attempt the dive into site for a retake, but the numbers in favour of the Papara Supermassive squad. And while Cruin might have given a little bit of hope to the defending side, there is no chance for Loiter to win this round. It's a nice shot, but time will be played. This round will be closed out in the 1v1 environment, and BBL Pacific still hung out to dry at 2 rounds.
And you're looking towards that, sure, they're going in with not necessarily the best buy on the retake. You have a Guardian, you have a Bulldog, they want to try and upgrade possibly, but it's also no kills on the exit are going to realistically damage Supermassive in the rounds that come, because they're able to put them on the board. There's 6k, 7k in the pockets of some of the players. And even then, it comes back to the very first engagement over towards Hooker. You're putting Comeback, who is a pretty proficient op player that we've seen across the board so far in these close qualies. You're putting him on such a confined angle, not wanting to take the long angles over towards long, the deeper peek from Hooker out, because you can facilitate that with the composition that they have, where they're not wanting to go for those risks, wanting to play with the Sage wall as that sort of, I'll take a shot, you wall after it. That's such a, I don't know, the mentality of it is like you will miss a shot, and then the Sage wall's there to protect you, rather than taking the more aggressive, more operator default angles, even if it's over towards A Heaven, holding down towards short, up on towards truck. There's so many options, and they've gone for one of the most close quarters engagements possible, where it is easy to get run down, and we saw that in the previous round there.
Got 2 different POVs of the camera. That is a tag. No, not even. It doesn't tag. I lied to you. It is a shot out of the camera. And that is it. At least the information that there is some presence towards long and they go pushing all the way up. But you can see BBL Pacific a little bit concerned about this B play. They're worried. Is this going to be a B play? The Snakebite coming out for Loiter, but takes half HP for it. They'll now start to dive bomb the side of the attacking force. It's a good start for Loiter, but a quick trade through the smoke. iPot to silence. Come back out in the middle of sight. Spike will go down. LaRock over the top. The wall is well placed. And now it's up to the Supermassive side to keep on delivering. A sick adjustment from Umu, and the rest just slot into play shortly after. It is 7-2 for the attack. The defense just can't get anything right. And even with a bit of innovation, you were talking about, you know, using the Sage Wall as a defending opportunity to keep the operator alive. It was used to boost up, and it was a very smart kill. And then it's just always the Papara Supermassive way against BBL that they've got to one-up them. Some nice movement, as I say, but this shot, the jump into sight punished, and BBL Pacific left to take a pause.
Ryan, I don't know what game LaRock is playing, but I don't think it's Valorant, especially with some of the moves I've seen him coming out with, whether it's on the Omen, we've seen some crazy TPs from the side of BBL Pacific. I think this is the team I look to have some fun rounds, but for them, it's not fun. They're 2-7 down. This is the second timeout as well being used, and while we saw the conversion of the last one didn't exactly go through, 3 rounds left in the half, they still have that possibility to make it at least an 8-4, because you're looking at what they have coming into this. There's no sort of round-defining ultimates. You don't have comebacks, Blaze Storms online. There's nothing realistically that you can really take an advantage with, in the sense of you're just going to be stuck with Sheriffs. There's the question where their comeback's going to save into the next, just to make sure he has that operator going into the 11th, into the 12th. And for the side of Supermassive, there's 8k on so many players, like 7.6, 7.7, 7 on iPod. Sure, Skyland's a little bit worse for wear in regards to the bank. There's nothing that is realistically scary for them. They can go all in so many different rounds and still be able to buy out till the end of this half. Quietest round we've had so far at the start. Dog, sure, going over towards A. Gets information of at least 2 players, spots out Loiter over towards Lamps, but that's not necessarily a surprise. You can see how passive Supermassive are being. They know that they're in the driver's seat for this half, for this game as a whole, and also the fact that BBL Pacific, they haven't got necessarily the funds whether if they were going to force up into it, you'd be seeing Stingers, maybe some Guardians. Don't necessarily want to walk into a stack. But still up on the possibility. You have 4 players over towards A right now. Rory's contemplating the rotate back over, but should run back into sight, come to assist his teammates. LaRock, good for 1, good for 2. I was talking about Sheriff, since that's all they had, but it seems that's all they might need, Ryan.
Comebacks hit another as well. Out of all the rounds, out of all the opportunities that BBL Pacific have had to close out rounds, this is the most likely one of the lot. Salazan will plant. Rose will TP across. 1v4, low HP. This is going to be such a tricky round to win now for Salazan. 19 points of health, spotted out by Rose. 1 body shot will be enough. Tapping away, trying to bait out these players. Hits 1, but 1 and done for the B site hold. The retake successful. BBL Pacific finally etching a 3rd.
A 3rd, Brian. That's the 3rd round that they've gotten. We've seen full buys. We've seen operators in 2 of the rounds that they failed to convert. We've seen full buys, and yeah, it's the round where they have the Sheriffs. A gun that costs 800 credits, Ryan, versus having operators, vandals, everything that they want. Ultimates even, like having Viper's Pits down, having the Blaze Storms out. But no, it's a double from LaRock, followed up by a double from Comeback, and then you're sat scratching your head a little bit. How Supermassive let that one sort of slip through their fingers? I don't think it's necessarily going to be that much of a momentum turner unless they're able to convert this one. So getting a 4th here could really be a surefire way to get a 5th into the round. Bring this back to a 5-7 which would be, I think, ludicrous by the way this started. A possibility. A lot of players now over towards B. Cruin chiming in with a 1st kill, holding on to this hooker position. That's the spike alone as well, so they're going to have to be careful for the side of Supermassive. There's no sort of quick rotates they can make over towards A with a TP. Skyland's committed over towards hooker with a spike.
I think Papa and Supermassive with a reality check, as you say, they're now going to try and dive towards B again. That's the spike. A very valuable player as well, and Skyland removed. Down to 3. LaRock hits 1 more. Papa are Supermassive, yeah, on a bit of a tear, but this scoreline will be closed up considerably. If it keeps going the way it has been for the last 2 minutes or so.
And just look at where the players for Supermassive are. I don't even think they're going to attempt to go for anything in this one. There's no sort of drive over towards hooker. All 5 players for the side of BBL Pacific are here, 2 as the bodyguards over towards the spike. The rest, Tarswood looking at long. Even LaRock's scared about the flank, but there's no one there, no one's home. No time, and it's just a save for the side of Supermassive. Aware they haven't got necessarily anything going into this one. I said if they were able to convert the last when all they were up against was Sheriffs, that they'd be able to buy into the rest of the half, and that's when you see this round how important the loss to the Pistols was. Like you said, being humbled. Some of the players don't even have any credits on the board. Skyline, one of them. Yes, they're going to be able to get dropped over. But it's more of like, you were in the driver's seat. You were in the prime position to take possibly even 10. 10-2 half, or even a 9-3. And it's in the fashion that we saw in the 10th round. Sheriffs galore for the side of BBL Pacific. The 11th just converted by time, as you can see. But off the back of Korean over towards hooker, a double kill. An important double kill as well, with a spike so committed forwards. Supermassive had no choice but to realistically give up the round, save. Try and keep those weapons into next. Make sure iPod can drop over towards Skyline. And a timeout now for Papara Supermassive. Aware how much of a difference a 7-5 to an 8-4 scoreline can make, especially when they're going to be going over onto that defensive side.
Got to look at how it is, as you say. Definitely could have been a 10-2 half. Definitely could have been a very lopsided beginning to our BO5 bind, but there's some fight left in this BBL Pacific side. Enough cash just about to scrape together that investment. But it's the BBL Pacific squad that look to deliver a 5th, deliver even more bad news to the front doorstep of this attacking side. and try to have something go their way. But I say that, Vent able to find comeback. Quick kill on long. Dash, unfortunately, face first into the concrete wall. And with that, 5v4 operator gone.
You could even see LaRock having absolutely hightailed it out of A. And an aggressive position from Rose, the sole defender of the A side, taking a deep peek into, well, outside of showers. Crew now going for a little bit of a flank, offering up so many 1v1s. Sure, gets away with a dink, but there's a Sky on the side of Supermassive, so that should be healed up soon enough. An Ultimate over on the side of B to get Rock and come back online, but that is it. You've committed so much over to resurrecting one player that everyone else has taken those 1v1s.
Even the knives getting drawn to try and stop the Gecko out. 2 on 5, completely boarded out of this A site. Mollies, smokes. I mean, even what's left in the pockets of Papa are Supermassive, if they are to get some control. There's paint shells, there's snake bites, and there is a bullet to the face of comeback. It's a shotgun shell that hits the dome piece, and with that is our klaxon to the 8-4 half in favour of Papa are Supermassive. Got to say, could have been a lot more one-sided. Could have been a 10-2. Double digits would have been the main goal. To be honest, not too far off the mark. And as you say, a nice dink. But unfortunately, the flank being held. And Papa are Supermassive just have so much in terms of holding. And they have so much presence and knowledge about where the other team's going.
But it's more of the desperation that was really coming out from BB Pacific. You could see the idea that they wanted to go for. They have an aggressive peak from comeback over towards long. LaRock then vacates the A side to go assist with that resurrection, but then you also have Rose pushing solo out of showers, trying to get some sort of advantage back in favour of the team. Drops, makes the disadvantage even worse. Then Cruins feels like, it looks like he felt forced into the engagement on that flank. Gets a dink, sure, like I said, it's nothing really when you have 2 players down, 2 players left on the board for BBL Pacific in a 2v5. And it's more of, after the sort of hero plays attempts from some of the players, it sort of crumbled at the seams for the side of BBL Pacific. They've put some pressure over towards B with a couple of cameras, with a couple of cages, but that has not moved a single person away from this A bomb site. There's 4 players of Supermassive here, and look how deep they're playing as well.
I was going to say, this is such a sick read from this defense. It's only a brim towards B as well. It's not like there's any utility that can actively stop a push. You know, there's no cage, there's no mollies, there's no nothing. It's just straight gunfire. And the other 4, well, they're primed and ready to go to this side of the map. You can see the paint shells go off from the Rays in Heaven, just denying the plant. Now an immediate decision to be made for BBL Pacific as the dog comes swooping around the corner of the U-Haul position. Do they rotate? Do they take the TP? Do they not? It's a 5-on-3. Time's ticking low. They're going to have to bomb it to the other side. Vent's push forward. He knows this advanced position's going to be strong. A right click of the Classic, but it doesn't find anything. And now there is an inch of room given to BBL Pacific.
An opportunity to spike down. Definitely favouring the odds for them in this one compared to the pistol. BBL Pacific were able to convert in the first. Lighter is just doing God's work towards backside, but it's only good for 1. Crew is now tasked with all the players left. Is a wingman going to defuse the spike, so he has to deal with both players, both guns pointed at his face, and it's a little bit too much to ask from that 1 player. 9 on the board now for Supermassive. Pistol split, but it doesn't necessarily feel like it was.
And that was their one-way ticket back into this game, wasn't it? Like, that is the one chance that you get back into this pick of bind, is if you win the pistol, you can convert. But I think, ultimately, as you say, with the wingman going down on the spike, both bodies holding long, that was the story of the entire round. There was 4 players towards A. There was so many crosshairs trained in your direction, even to begin this round. You then try and pull the pin on the rotate, and you can't find much on the other side either. And
you also have a Molly lineup from Vent, from B to A to stop that plan even further. So the first, you have the wall going up from the side of BBL Pacific, we're utilising that stage. You have the paint shells coming out from Umu, you have the mollies coming out from Salison and Skyland, and then on top of that you have to deal with Vent's molly. The Brim, who's playing B solo, has managed to get a lineup from just outside of spawn all the way to deny that plan even further.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, eat that.
Double nice.
Umu, unfortunately not going to get the last laugh in the initial engagement. Snakebite dropped. This is again just to try and delay the plant. Rose A tap, no stick. Still a minute to go, offering seconds on the clock. And are we going to see some pistol miracles once more? Because Rose has now set down the spike. This has transitioned into a long hold, or at least a plant for it. Bodies scattered everywhere across this A site, though, and very deep in enemy territory. Comeback, a must-win fight, does go his way. The Stinger makes the upgrade. Loiter hits the third, and just like that, 1v4 for Vent can only find the one, and it is again these light pistol investments that BBL Pacific are able to convert into rounds.
Why have we seen split pistols, but also split second rounds and a half? This is just, it's criminal. Sure, there's a little bit more of an investment from the side of BBL Pacific into this one. Lovely shot from Loiter there, and I think he was also the second one to follow it up, a third for himself in the round, you can see in the scoreboard. But honestly, this should never be happening, Ryan. These are the two teams that we sort of praise for how they performed, sure, in the back-to-back rifle rounds, but it wasn't necessarily the ones that we worried about losing this follow-up, especially with such light investments coming in from both teams. And this one, we were talking about the pistol was a surefire way to get back in. Losing the pistol, winning the follow-up with minimal investments another way. Not the most default, not the most standard. There's definitely a way back in, comeback as well on this Outlaw. Couple of warning shots over towards Sellison. And again, we're going into another stack. So for the side of Supermassive, they got the read on this. And it's just whether BBL Pacific are able to actually clear out the angles and be realistically doing their due diligence coming into this. Smoke up as well over towards Lamps. An opportunity for a peek out from either of these teams, but he touches the cage and that calls for a spam into the smoke.
Spike will go down. No denying it now as this cage falls. Cruin gets another. Bulldog delivers for the defense. Vent, Umu, everything between them. This one's going to be a hard one to get back into. Rose has just found half the defense. It's all on the Umu Sheriff. 1 versus 4. Need some 1-leagues. Question is, are there going to be heads presented into that crosshair? You can see BBL Pacific playing this one uber passive, even baiting one another into fighting there. I think maybe spotted on the map, which is why LaRock starts firing. But it's an alert reaction for BBL Pacific. It's 6 on the board for this attacking side. And as you mentioned, a bit of a backwards beginning to both starts to the halves. Either team wins one pistol, but then can't follow up with a conversion. And this ultimately means that we now have this weird swing in momentum where BBL Pacific pick themselves up at a really low point and are now feeling like they can go on to do some serious damage to this lead that the Papara Supermassive side hold. It's now 9-6. You play for the bonus. Even if you lose this round, you've still got the weapons, and then you can start to close that gap up inch by inch. And you can see, even now, Papara Supermassive, they've got the better buy. But there is some discomfort in playing from second best. Allowing BBL Pacific momentum isn't something that they want to offer. And you can see this double stack, aggressive, on short. 1 kill, wall up, back away. It's all in good timing. And with that, an easy 5v4, something that the Papara Supermassive side have struggled with the previous 2 rounds.
And it's just, again, over towards B. It's just on these elevated off angles, the one you don't necessarily pre-aim. So for the side of Supermassive, really taking liberties of allowing A-site to fall, A-site to be surrendered, because, well, they're believing in their retake. Although Comeback has a possibility to stop this in the tracks as soon as they start going for this, because a judge close range, a couple of shots fired, and that could be an equalization. The only issue is the spike is so far away. At what point does Supermassive start to explore back into the site before the spike gets there, before there's that audio cue? And Comeback can really catch them off guard, but the more time, the more questions for Supermassive. How far into the site have they walked? How close to CT? Are they going to flash this? There's an opportunity. They have double initiator coming, and it's 5 players retaking from CT, Ryan. This could go so badly.
Oh, the flash! Wait, he's so blind! And now the showstopper in! Just when you thought that maybe the judge was the way back in for BBL Pacific. It just gets blasted into a million pieces. Some nice fights coming out now. iPod takes the first. It's a triple swing in mid-sight. iPod makes it a hat-trick. and Papa are Supermassive get their 10th. I said they were going to try and get in your face. They were going to try and get the opening kill and cancel that momentum, and that they do in some convincing style.
And it's just the patience for the side of Supermassive as well. And I think the way for BBL Pacific back into the round is if they didn't expect someone close. And sure, they use the flash, they spot someone out close, they hear that judge sound. So that's just showstopper pops straight to the feet of that Jet player towards CT. And you have to think, what could have happened if they weren't doing the due diligence, if they didn't necessarily leave that A site for that complete retake? Because after the first 2 kills, they had information of Korean over towards Showers, so they completely left short and turned all their attention over towards Showers. After a little time had passed, they just completely left A as well. Getting that pick over towards B definitely helped in the confidence of making such a call. And again, they're going for these cheesy sort of positions. Just look at Umu and Skyline. It was different over towards short last time. Selison and Umu on the box for sure, but this time, this is going to be a hard angle to clear out.
Yeah.
Especially with the Sage Wall, if it goes up to sort of secure that plant. I'm pretty sure Umu should be able to see slightly over it as well, so any sort of retreat out of it could be pretty dangerous. Sage Wall hasn't gone up yet though, so they're waiting out the mollies as much as possible. The smokes will fade, and the Sage Wall will have to go up soon.
Yeah, they've got to be careful because this smoke's about to fade and all hell is about to break loose. The wall is to block off CT. The orb goes up. The spam, it could have been good. If it had stayed in the right spot, it would have been a double. The paint shells massacre towards sight, and there goes the ult. The Viper's ult gone, removed out of the equation. Yumu drops in the second lot of paint shells now to try and further clear what's in the U-Haul position, but somehow BBL Pacific have got some fight in them. Vent hits one, 1v2 for LaRock. Can he connect the second? iPod jiggles, showing shoulder, will pop and swing LaRock. It's so disrespectful, but an 11th on the board for Papa Supermassive. They had all the right tools to stop this push, even a bit of fortune that goes their way. It ends in the 1v1, and it's heartbreak for BBL Pacific, because now they're 5 rounds out of depth. And it is Supermassive side that is very much in check to win their map pick. We questioned if there was any opportunity after the first half performance. They gave us half a chance. But you feel like this could be the all-she-wrote moment for map 1.
You can see how conservative LaRock had to be with bullets. There was 4 left in the mag, and yeah, there's not much you can do against that except hit the first shot. It doesn't hit the first, doesn't hit the second. iPod's adjustment. And a little bit of a change-up for the side of Supermassive. They tend not to super aggress over towards Showers, so they're going to be expecting this comeback stashed the wrong way. But Korean is able to trade it back out, but that's not necessarily what you're wanting to be looking for.
Pushing in. Umu trying to spam through the smoke, just alleviating some of that pressure on short, but the Viper wall is so strong. You can see Loiter deep pressed in the U-Haul himself. A tap of the spike for Rose. This is going to bait out some utility here from the players towards A. Vent tosses his molly out. A second player, Skyland in sight, now spotted. They're going to try and slow, delay, and stop this retake. And it's a fast pace, a bit of injection of power and presence, and it results in nothing. 2v4.
That is nasty utility over towards Heaven, by the way. I was doubting the Sage coming into this in that sort of team composition. But you see a slow and also a snakebite from Loiter over towards Heaven. Anyone who swings out to that has to commit. They've vulnerable up as well, and it's easy pickings for the side of BBL Pacific. And you can see that just halts the brakes for the side of Supermassive going for that retake. They want to save over because, sure, BBL Pacific haven't necessarily been putting the rounds on the boards, but they've been at least keeping it in check. Like we saw that 5v3 round, they were able to get a couple of kills on that retake, and then in the one previous, only one of the Supermassive players surviving. So it is keeping Supermassive humble. And I think that's the main thing about this is, sure, a lot of ultimates were invested from the side of BBL Pacific, but they're keeping 4 alive. Supermassive forced into that save. Umu now even bringing in a Bucky. There's frenzies and stingers being toyed about by the rest of the players of the side of Supermassive. And it's just that question of when do you start to believe Ryan? Because 7-11 isn't necessarily the worst scoreline. you're not fighting off game point. They're not at 12 yet. And it's looking like Supermassive half buy into this one, conceding a possible 8th. You want to make sure they have everything they want going into the round after. Close to a couple of ultimates if they can get a couple of kills, feed some orbs over onto Vent, on Celis, or even Skylin as well. There's so many options going into the 20th round where you can see that tight turner with the ultimate economy, because the side of BBL Pacific, only one to really speak of is Comeback on Lavrock, Blazestorm and Resurrection. When you're looking at the Showstopper, Viper's Pit, Gecko Ult, Brimstone as well, you're definitely going to be favouring the side of Supermassive. Vent has a possibility.
Spam is very nearly successful. The molly gets dropped, just holding back, and I think Supermassive are very aware of the time left on the clock here. They're going to try and fight towards Showers. Both kills go the BBL Pacific way. Offered a lot of space here. Skyland's moved up close towards Long as well. I think it was just for the sake of getting a gun. That is the case. Will re-swing. Rose is holding. And that is dead to rights. This round done unless the Bucky finds more, because that is some sick movement out of Umu. You can't get too excited just yet though, because there's plenty more work to do, and iPod happy to unravel another. The Bucky's still spamming away. There's a player close left in this smoke. iPod needs to be careful for it, but 1 HP is what Rose is sat on basically. A bullet from anything will end. It's a great shot, and a second that comes out as well from Rose. And BBL Pacific will take a bit hairy there in the post plant, but it is the intended result, 8-11.
Trying not to get excited in that round as well. You saw Rose on 6 HP, could have even long-range sniper buckied him. It was that sort of territory. But really does come back to that double up from Cruin here. Even on that engagement, Comeback getting dinked as well in that thing. Cruin swings out sort of as that bodyguard protector over towards Showers. Manages to get both. Goes into the post plant, going through the paces, getting the wall down, getting the spike down. The Rock possibly not expecting the satchel up and Bucky in his face, but nonetheless a round on the board. And now a Papara Supermassive timeout. This is the second, so this should be the last sort of timeouts that we're going to see in regulation for both of these teams. BBL Pacific used both in the first half, Supermassive now towards the tail end of this.
Timeout. Another minute where we get to assess the current climate for the teams to do the same. I think for Papara Supermassive, you've got to start thinking about what is plan B. There's 2 rounds back-to-back that we've lost now. This is our investment. Lose this, it's 11-9. The eco afterwards means 11-10. And, I mean, look, basically, Summer, you've got 1 bye between you and tie game. It's not pretty. It really isn't. I think they've got to realise very soon, this is it for us. Go big or go home moment. Comes with the op, 3 Vandals, and a Bulldog. Some really nice early utility from Crew in there, because they drop the cam, they get the info, nobody's hookah. This is free space, real estate for us.
Yeah, and also a lot of information that Loiter's been able to pick up over towards A-Shore. There's 3 players pushing in. That also calls for the rotate, so it really is going to be who's quicker to the trigger, and it seems like Supermassive here for the rotate. Umu was posted up over towards short. They're not going to expect him here so quick. Comeback on the angle, but is unable to hit the shot. Resurrection straight up. Showstopper out. And it's actually the paint shells that is the final nail in the coffin for Comeback. 2 deaths in 1 round. And a look through from Loiter. Vent is aware of the possibility. There's so many angles that he's going to have to check. Skyland offering a supportive flash, but it's going to be the engagement over towards the backside that's important. Cruin is able to win it out, but Loiter, the original look, goes down. 40 HP on Vent.
All across. Spike down. Vent thinking about moving through. Rhodes on the opposite side. I think they know that they've got to be a bit cautious with how they conduct themselves. It is a player advantage. It is in the odds of Supermassive. but it's always been heroics out of BBL Pacific. Someone's managed to step up time and time again. iPot's just giving some health across the board before they'll go pushing in. So much damage! But LaRocca's clapped back with a double. It's now a 2v2. Selazan's clapped with a double. A trade comes out on site, but iPot gets the last laugh. And Papara Supermassive just about get away with a 12th. It's another 1v1 that goes their way.
It's just the numbers, really, that is playing into it for the side of Supermassive. Even after heroics from Rock, hopefully we can see it in the replay. This kill was the beginning of the end, seemingly, for the side of BBL Pacific. A nice lineup from Lork, unable to convert the second. Does a lot of damage over into Selison, but Rose leaves his player, leaves that engagement on 5 HP, and you're asking for a 1v2 when both of the players of Supermassive have absolutely no spacing. Unless you hit like a lineup or double headshot instantly, really have to doubt for the side of BBL Pacific to come back into it, because I think that's the thing for Supermassive, is when they have that numbers advantage. We saw it in that 5v3 round where they quite literally had everyone funneling out of CT and just clearing every angle, playing the numbers advantage, playing the numbers game. And with the amount of first kills that Supermassive are able to walk away with, BBL Pacific have been fighting an uphill battle this entire half. And round after round, they lose the first player, they get it into a 4v4, and just players drop like flies when they go onto the site. And then you're left in that 2v5, 2v4, 3v5 post-plant situation. And again, Salison gets the first pick onto Light, so that's the Luke player for BBL Pacific, and even a Thrash coming out.
They asking for the wall to be spammed, but they're just going to move through. The Omen TP, it went in behind and actually cost them 2 kills. And now the TP, it happens towards Elbow on B. A dash into heaven, the knife's being used, missed from comeback. And now Rose is on the opposite side of the map. The Seekers are being dropped. They know now one's in heaven and one's in spawn. Rose has to be vocal, has to bail, come back out of the fight, but it's missed. And it's Papara Supermassive that will take map 1. Only just. And even then, Summer, like, that round could have gone either way. The Omen TP was sick, but a missed opportunity, and it does go the way that it should have, at least according to the veto. Papara Supermassive get their selection, but without a doubt, a very close map 1, and could have been a lot closer with the amount of 1vx's that were conceded on the side of BBL Pacific.
And I think it's more of how many rounds that they had one left alive as well. It's not just the 1vx situations. It came down to the wire on so many of those rounds, and you're just left scratching your head. What could have happened if they had a better first half, if they didn't lose the pistol and then lost the follow-up as well in a couple of rounds? And it's just more of, sure, we can say it went in the favor of who picked the map, but there's definitely a question whether we could be seeing a map trade. And I think that's going to be a question going into the next map after a short break. Is it going to be in favor of BBL Pacific, or are we going to see some similar antics from the side of Papara Supermassive, and they can take BBL Pacific's map?
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpars for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking you.
first map that left us with a lot more to be desired. Papara Supermassive's pick of Bind goes their way, but a 13-8 scoreline and BBL Pacific losing out on a fair few 1v1 summer. I think it's safe to say heading into Haven, which we knew was already close the last time these two teams played, we could be in for a banger of a second map.
I think a banger of a second map is indeed what we're after, especially after the first. It was a slow start for the side of BBL Pacific, starting to warm back up into it, and it was just a little bit too little too late. A lot of 1v1s not necessarily going in their favour, but talking about that, they were clawing it back from being down in the round by multiple people, whether it was a 3v4, a 3v5, or even in the situation we're in it. You're looking at it as 2v4, LaRock, or even any of the other players come back with those heroic multi-kills, bringing it into a durable situation where you're in that 1vx, like 1v1, 1v2, and unfortunately they weren't necessarily able to close it over the line. And I think that was the main thing. We could have seen a completely different game if certain 1v1s just went completely different, and certain rounds where there was one player left alive on 5 HP could have gone completely different. And I think coming into Haven, it's definitely more of a comfort pick. I think for the side of BBL Pacific, they've played it many times in this tournament already. They've played it many times before they were technically the affiliate team of BBL, when they were just Pacific. So I think hopefully after warming back up into that second match, they need to shake off the unfortunate 1vx's, 1v1s, and really put their full focus into the next map.
Yeah, I don't know. I think for my bucket list summer, I'm going to hold out on any presumptuous thoughts. Look, I was having a look in just obviously the Group A game that we were talking about that led into the close qualifier playoffs. The most one-sided scoreline in that game was 13-8 on Haven. In the game that we saw here in the playoff stage, the closest game was admittedly a 13-4 to Papara Supermassive on Bind. I just want to say, though, that I think to add to that a little bit more is that we knew how close, when I'm talking about Bind, they played each other in that upper semi-final game, specifically on Haven, 13-8, and with how Bind just went there, and how close some of these rounds were that went the Papara Supermassive way, I think BBL Pacific have a really good chance of being able to score some more rounds. The real question is will the mentality of being 1-0 down in the series evade them? That's a question that will have to be quickly answered, because it's Papara Supermassive's turn to take the passenger seat in terms of the veto. It is BBL Pacific's pick. It is them that get to start on the attacking side, which I don't know. Are you a fan of starting? I guess Papara Supermassive got to pick the side, right? And they chose defense first. So
Yeah. Supermassive would have been able to pick the side. This is BBL Pacific's map pick coming through, but I don't think it's necessarily going to hinder them too much. You have the Neons on both sides, and I think mainly looking towards the supportive players, just be able to set up, because Rose didn't necessarily have the best time on this map, and he's not even going to have any sort of chance in this round. Immediately taken down, site overwhelmed, but a quick flank as well. So they don't necessarily want to sit and wait for anything onto the site. Salison, he's been forced to take on 3. They were pushing the issue towards CT. Loiter, Shaw is able to pick up 1. Now in a 1v2 situation. Spike in his hand, like you said, the round's not over.
It's nowhere near over. And look at this discipline. Loiter's expecting the rotate. Papara Supermassive are expecting him to be expecting the rotate. And he's even going to double back to A. Both players are just waiting on the corner. Now Loiter will realise, oh god, there's way too many bodies in front of me to fight. A tap of the spike. 30 seconds left, hearing all the spam going through. But nobody found. Loiter even giving it some more. Another tap, I do believe, on the flip side of the site. Thinking about heading towards C, but also questioning if they're going to go barreling through that smoke. And now, left minimal time, but enough space. Plant the spike, get into the post plant. Papara Supermassive are now going to be on the charge.
And that's the question. Where does Loiter position himself? We've talked about the spacing of Supermassive, how close-knit they are. And look, both of them coming out of CT at the same time. You have to get those quick kills, and he's given the chance. Skyland missteps. Umi going for the peak, the jump peak, and that's what you see the Neons doing, the bouncing around the sites, and it comes back to bite him. BBL Pacific clutched that from what we were thinking of, well, okay, round's over. Salison's just absolutely shut down that CT push. And yeah, just looking at the retake, almost gets the timing, and it's just 3 crisp headshots. Loiter, fortunately, gets a quick kill onto the opposition Omen, and yeah, you can see that there. You can see the idea Umi wanted to go for, just jumping to try and get the information. Skyland, low HP, just gets taken down.
Yeah, I think it was a really big mistake for Skyland to swing so far wide when Umi was just jumping, as you were saying. Like, that whole bit of movement is Neon increased movement speed, just tries to have a look round the corner and get the information before they go taking the fight. Instead, it's one by one, basically, that they funnel into the crosshair, and a free round given. Loiter stuck in spawn, but the Bulldog from downtown able to deny. A spam from Loiter nearly connecting onto the shorty player. And as for the rest of the side, well, oh my word. They are going fast towards C. I was wondering if that Omen was going to get caught out in the TP from the Neon in middle, but not to be the case. Selazan tagged up, information given, but now this is just incredibly slow. This is classic round 2 Valorant Summer. You're not expecting anything more than everyone to just sit, have a quick nap at the keyboard, wake up, and then, you know, run into the spike.
Thankfully, because if we look at, well, the first map, if we look at Bind, both second rounds actually went in favour of the complete opposite. We saw zero investment in from both of them. Sure, we had a Sheriff on, I believe it was Loiter on the side of BBR Pacific for them to turn that round around. But yeah, you're just looking at it in the sense of, I'm happy that we're having a boring second round just to make sure the side of the team that wins the pistol is actually thinking about, okay, we do need to convert this, let's just go back to the fundamentals, not give any sort of 1v1s. And you can even see here the patience of the Omen in spawn, even the diligence of putting that smoke down, TPing out, just to make sure he wasn't going to get caught off, trying to reconnect with his teammates. Our full investment for the side of Supermassive. It just looks like they're gearing up for something aggressive over towards mid. And this is something that this team has done often, is going for that wallbang spam over towards the default position where you see your Sova starting in the beginning of the round to do that lineup. So keep an eye out for that wallbang going into the further rounds of this game on both teams, actually. Umi spotted out over towards mid. That's going to call off any sort of trap play that they were planning. It's a different sort of approach. They've left B, they've sort of given up garage, and they've heavy stacked over towards C, and BBL Pacific away now. It's the solo Sova playing over towards A. Cruin, I feel like he's slipped in. I don't think they know he's here.
Hold on. Never mind, it goes high. Cruin was panicked for a second there that maybe some spotted on the info, but Cruin moves forward, as you say, under the nose of the Supermassive defense. It's a free kill, 5v4. They'll back away. And to be honest, Supermassive have got to be weighing up their options here. With Vent being low, Umu also tagged up. Like, effectively, they're both a bullet away from death. This is more or less a 2v5 for Skyland and Selazan. It's got to be a safe. They've got to move away. They can't afford to invest all of these rifles in a retake that they know that they are in favour of losing. And so that's it, 3 for 3.
And it's also the fact that how easily it was to get out onto that A site with the loot from Cruin. Look at the utility. You have paranoias, you have stunned. Comeback hasn't used a single piece, sure, maybe one slide, but LaRock again, full utility, both flashes, a concuss, a stun. There's no way for Supermassive to even make a case about coming back into that. Again, like you said, Umu and Vent on low HP, they don't want to risk it, because this is the third round. They put all their money into this. Positive is the fact that BBR Pacific don't necessarily get to upgrade too much in regards to the weaponry, because you still have an Outlaw, a couple of Bulldogs, Guardians, and I feel like that's the case that you have to make, is because they were able to save with 4 players alive, 4 rifles, and not giving the free investments and the free upgrades for the side of BBR Pacific. This sort of looks again like that bonus round. This is like a redo for them, other than the fact that iPod's on a judge. A couple of half armors as well, so can be a little bit dangerous if Rose gets the engagements onto the right ones. Aggressive push up from A. with assistance from Umu, iPot's been deposited over towards this long corner. Trying to put that shotgun in the best place possible to really make sure BBR Pacific feel the hurt, but it doesn't look like they have any intention of going this way. Rose, doesn't matter if you have full HP, full shields, headshot's gonna do it. Player spotted out towards logs as well. It's just a run in onto the site, Ryan.
Yeah, and to be honest, there is going to be little to no give for the defending side of Papara Supermassive. They are just getting owned here by BBL Pacific. The presence on this attacking side is good. Everything's been together. No one has been caught out of the ordinary. Doing something that they shouldn't be. iPot 1v5. And Papara Supermassive, well, it's a safe thing to say that they've been second best through and through. Pistol was their best possible chance. Completely threw that one away in the 1v3. And since then, well, not much has gone on. It's been simple stuff. They've managed to provide on many occasions. All 4 rounds. iPot thought the timing was going to get the best of the Sova. Will make the upgrade to the Vandal. Premium rifle kept in his pockets, but it might not be for long. Round the corner comes the Sova. It's a Wild West engagement. It gets another, and a third, and a fourth. iPot. Oh my good God, iPot, what is that? It's on a save. It means nothing in terms of the scoreline, but that has got to be one of the slickest aces you'll see in a little while. It was just burst after burst, headshot after headshot, and the man cleans up everything the BBL Pacific throw at him.
He just wanted to save Ryan. He was just wanting to go peacefully into the night. Has the shotgun kill onto the face. He's like, oh, that's quite nice. I've managed to upgrade from a Judge to a Vandal. You can see it here in the replay. And it feels like these are the main, well, engagement you want to look for the replay. Sure, the ones onto the site were nice, but these are just absolutely spectacular. Every single one a headshot as well. So, honestly, you gotta be feeling good after that one for the side of iPot and for the side of Papara Supermassive. They know that they can win these engagements, and I think that's what in the third and fourth round, at least on this site executes, it generally looked like BBL Pacific were outclassing them in regards to aim, because it wasn't necessarily some crazy layering of utility that was going out. They were just losing in their head-to-heads, and yeah, that's definitely going to be a confidence boost. It's not really going to affect BBR Pacific too much, because look at the money. They've got at least 4k on everyone across the board, even after a full reinvestment. It's definitely going to still keep them humble. You can see as soon as iPot was spotted out, there was that sort of beeline, not wanting to let him save that rifle over, knowing how much it means. And you can see how much it means as well. Umu has sort of stolen that rifle from iPot. They're wanting to put it into the more aggressive hands of the Neon. See if they can the tie turn it into this one. Hunter's Fury for iPot, so if there's an opportunity to get some tags, opportunity to get a kill, especially if they leave this round down to the wire, a possibility to deny plan, win on time. It's a slow creep up from BBL Pacific over towards A. The Soul Rifle of Umu left to defend. It doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of reaction of the rotates, especially with crewing over towards Garage, breaking those tripwires. Umu has an opportunity. It's already shut down, and you have to look at that. Is that a confirmed round? It's looking like a 5th on the board. Your only rifle has been dropped mid-side, unattainable as well.
Oh, timing for Skyland. That is hard to watch.
It's brazen, though. Comeback just wants to go into the smoke. Force the issue with the shorty out of everything. And that would almost have been a sort of Amazon delivery right to the doorstep of a Vandal. Especially after Vent picking one up. After besting Cruin.
Get one. One and done, though, is the name of this round. iPot maybe tries to go pushing in to grab the gun and save. I mean, Vent definitely won't be dying to the spike, but neither will iPot, at least without a fight. Vent moves in. That's the Vandal given up. I guess maybe just one in the creds. I don't quite know the decision behind it. You definitely save more if you keep the Vandal than you get from the bonus of losing, but do you know what? They're the reason, I mean, maybe that is the reason I should say, that they're on that side of the screen and I'm on this side. I don't know. Maybe there is some big brain maneuver that I'm missing out on. yeah, I guess go again with the Vandal, but definitely could have been a safe gun. Nonetheless, 5 for 5 Summer on the attack for BBL Pacific. It's been a flawless start. The only round, as I said, that has been in contention so far has been that pistol. Since then, it's been spike plants, it's been save after save, it's been round after round that this Papara Supermassive side have watched slip between the fingertips. They've got an op, they've got Vandals. They've probably got their best opportunity yet at being able to win out a round. This should be your way in to this map.
Comeback's just sat in the smoke on long with a shorty. He's ready to go, and especially after they've scaled up now into Cubby. There are 2 players with the third close by in regards to Skyland. And even Umu wanting to leave there's an opportunity of a short push that they were aware of, they haven't necessarily cleaned out, so that's going to be in the back of the minds. iPod tasked with the whole sole A defense.
Oh, this could be big.
Oh, it's a shorty
the shorty
again!
It's so disgusting, and they go 1 for 2 towards the C site.
The spike.
A rotates coming in. You are right. The spike has got a marathon to run before it goes down. And here comes another shorty kill. You could just see it happening. You just know when there's a smoke, and if comeback's close to it, you know the result of that fight. That's how definitive it's been.
And he's still in the smoke CT with a shorty, Ryan. This man has no fear of being spammed through the smokes or anything like that. And again, you're looking at a save possibly. You have 2 players left for the side of Supermassive. An operator now spotted out over towards Garage. iPod hasn't even left A yet. The side of BBL Pacific, a 6th on the board. We're talking about this being a more of attacker-sided map. You're favouring it because there's 3 bomb sites. There's a lot more avenues with lurks and possibilities for splits and catching the defenders off guard. But a 6-0 scoreline is a little bit too dominant, I feel like, for a map that Supermassive were able to actually have a fight on. Especially against this roster as well. It's like...
Yeah. I was going to say, with the veterans that you have on this side of Papara Supermassive, and the fact that you've already taken a timeout, you've already burnt a lot of your resources and a lot of ideas coming into these rounds, and nothing stuck. It's got to make you worried, because even on a good day, it feels like the BBL Pacific side can just one-up you. Come back on the shorty. It's been pretty decent for Papara Supermassive. Yet to lift a finger.
And Wednesday, they won in a 12-8 fashion. So the fact that they've come into this, you're 0-6 down as well. On a map that, sure, BBL Pacific chose in that series on Wednesday, but they faltered in it. And now they've come back, chosen it. They've obviously gone away and figured out what actually went wrong. What a time to do it. Grand Finals, 2nd map. You take it down to the wire on their map pick of Bind, and now going into yours, showing this is why it's your comfort ground.
Okay. I mean, at least there is something for Papara Supermassive, but even now in a round where there's a 2-for-1 trade that Papara Supermassive have in their favour, it's back to the old faithful. Comeback sits close in the smoke, shorty in hand, everyone has to retake.
Look at the flank as well. This is such a long flank. They're already worried about B because Salison, they haven't got any information over towards it. Vent doesn't have it either, so they're really putting all the eggs in the one basket of this CT retake.
Stuns, a lot of them. Finally, they're using some util to clear these smokes, but Rose, Avail, Skyland from the heavens drops into the depths of the site. Loiter still stuck, still kicking though. Nobody's cleared this position, and Yumi's so distracted on what's out on long. So much time on the clock burnt away, and the spike cannot be defused. Papara Supermassive, 2nd best once more. It is 7 in a row for BBL Pacific. And even when they had the advantage, even when it was a 4-on-3, they somehow find a way to lose.
And I hope they show this in the replay of that engagement. I believe it was Rose over towards Vent, you know, on that flank. And it was such an important kill. Sure, iPod goes for 2-for-1 on site, and you're looking like, okay, this is a round for them. Yeah, you can see it in the sort of kill feed. Rose getting that quick kill over towards Vent, pushing long. It really does give, well, BBL Pacific so much space on site to work with. In this sense, you don't have to worry about that flank anymore. Everyone else has been spotted. Everyone else is falling out of CT, out of heaven. And yeah, you have to give it up to the BBL Pacific players. Later towards Hell, they honestly expecting one and done, but managing to get two and waste so much time that Umi was left with no position but to save. You have a hero rifle for iPod, an operator for Umi. That's really about it. Short's not going to be cleared out, so this has to be on the back of mind of comeback. See him toying with the idea, and look at the stack as well from Supermassive. They want to put all the right pieces in the right places, but sure, that's to deal with just comeback. Well, if you want to deal with a round winner or a round loss, have a look over towards C, because that's exactly where the spike is going.
Nobody home. A lot of resources put towards A, even some in middle, but nothing towards C. It's a free plant. It's a free round. iPot and Yumu probably looking to save again for Selazan. Skyland look for exits, look for damage. To be honest, I say save. At this point in the game, I don't even want to see a save. I think as a neutral in this series, Supermassive have to start delivering rounds. They have to start putting numbers on the board. Like, saving only works if a game is close and you run out of money and you know that there's a chance back in. That is disgusting, by the way, from comeback. Just moving all over the place. Classic Neon stuff. But yeah, I don't know. You're 8 rounds into this map, Summer. You're yet to put one on the board. I think now is the point where it doesn't matter if you're 2v5, you're 1v5, maybe not, but you get the point. If you're outnumbered, you should still have the grit to start going for these rounds, because this damage now, when you get to this point in the map, at this particular time, 8-0, any damage done here, irreversible. There is no chance Supermassive can recover if the game keeps going the way it does.
Yeah. And in this timeout, you're just thinking about what's actually going wrong, what's the main issue for the side of Papara Supermassive, because you've seen some good reads coming out of them. They've had all the pieces in the right places, and it's just heroics from some of the players on the site exec. Possibly playing for those retakes a little bit too much. Flanks as well coming in from Vent. They've tried so many different avenues. Even after the round where we saw iPot go crazy on site, gets a double 2-for-1 in a position where realistically one should have been enough. Sole defender of that A site. Everyone else going for that retake. Vent on the flank, and every avenue is just being shut down right now for Supermassive. BBL as well, with so many ultimates they've yet to actually use, in the sense of they haven't necessarily needed them. Sure, Rose and Comeback, along with Kruin, has that sort of recyclability, but it's more of like, we haven't even seen the full force of Larocque with his utility with the Rolling Thunder, because they're never in a situation where they actually need it. And even this round, a silent scale up long. Players worried about the A site, so you're dedicating not only 3 players nearby, sure the breach is holding on to B, but with utility readily available for A, but even the Cypher trip. So C is a little less defended than usual. Then not aware that the players could have been up long, have the angle onto the player, and Comeback's just got 2 players. Easy pickings. Umi's popped the ultimate, popped the overdrive. Stunned.
Yeah, that's not good. Comeback slides out. There's one. Expecting a second. Of course. Of course. Don't want to say it, but with how the game's looking here, Summer, are we going to see a goose egg dropped for the Papara Supermassive side? I've gone from even considering what is a respectable half to how disrespected are you going to get in this series. Comeback is having game of life here on Haven in map 2, and I can't even say that it's all just individual excellence from him. I think, yeah, a lot of kills have been made because he's happy to take space, he's happy to get in the face of Papara Supermassive, but it's not exactly like BBL are doing anything to stop that. It's not like they're doing much to counter what has been a very dominant Neon.
And it's these first 2 kills, right? I was talking about the lack of utility that they have over towards C, having that more of a passive camera as well from the Cypher, that, well, Vent just wanted to get from Garage back to, well, backside to be able to play that crossfire, and I don't know if it was a miscom, but wasn't necessarily aware of the possibility of players scaling up long, not being spotted by that camera, and yeah, you see an operator on the angle, you have to favour it any day of the week. And even doubles up for the second. A lot of util ultimate out now. Umi has an opportunity to come away with a round, but he's only got good for 1. The stun and the reface in from the rest of the BBL Pacific players. Sure, you lose your smokes player, but taking down Umi, one of the key factors that we've seen in previous maps, in previous series for the side of Supermassive. And especially with how much was invested as well. Rolling Thunder and a lot of players just putting their lives at risk. Pivot onto B. Information over towards C. Traps broken. And this is the amount of information they can starve and how much of a bolstered up. Okay, we're going to see. Have a look at this. Can we pull of the information? Vent spotted out. Race is just being permanently tagged by this camera. Is this the closest round we've seen, Ryan?
Yeah, I was literally about to say that this is the closest round that we've had in this map so far. And that's it. That is it. I mean, the pistol is with 3v1 in favour of Papara Supermassive, but if they can't win a 1v3, what makes you believe, or a 3v1, excuse me, what makes you believe they can win the 1v3? It's iPot, Desert Island, out on long, stun comes out, has to move into the open, straight into the jaws of the comeback op, and it is 10-0 here in map 2.
And at what point can you make a silver lining? Like, oh, the rounds have been close. There's options to get back into this. It's just coming down to the white. No, that's what we were making for the side of BBL Pacific on Bind, that they were being able to turn the rounds in their favour from a 3v5 back to a 1v2. And it's that sort of that I feel like we're missing from Papara Supermassive. Like, as soon as they're down, it looks like they're down for the count. Now trying something aggressive. Hunter's Fury invested, but it doesn't look like it's going to get any sort of tag other than the space and a tag onto a teammate. And comeback, how has he managed to get a lineup? Through a wall into garage. Okay. And I think that just perfectly encapsulates how this game is going so far for the side of Supermassive. And comeback's even holding the B rotate. So, yeah. Skyline, you're not allowed to go through there, mate. He's even out. Oh, saying that.
That's 2. And, oh, he even spams the body. The round's still
securing
alive,
the kill. Securing the kill, Ryan. Especially when it's iPot again in the situation where he's in a 1v3.
It's a team stun. They're stunning each other. That's how much of a joke this map is now for BBL Pacific. They're laughing. Nice shot from iPot while blind. And now look at this, just the util dump, a royal util dump in fact. LaRock's just taking all sorts of damage, but still walks away with the round. Thank you. 11-0. The goose egg continues to remain next to the Supermassive side.
And you're talking about the team stuns, the amount of util dump that you're getting. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm glad that we got the replay on that, so shout out to the replay ops. But it's just more the fact of you're sat there. You're 0-10 down. You get a couple of kills back in your favour. You're looking at a 2v3. And then it's just this sort of disrespect coming in from LaRock. Just so much util dump. And then he just jumps through his own aftershock, taking the damage, risking it for a chocolate biscuit just to get the kill. And Umi stuck between 2 targets, Ryan. It's looking like a 12-0 half. Unless Skyland's reaggression over towards mid. And he just doesn't even check it. They're not even aware of garage being a possibility. A sitter for Loiter. Oh no. Right, it goes from bad to worse.
Like, in all the FPSs, it's the same story. When a game is this one-sided, you just don't know what to say. It is a flawless round 12. It is a flawless 12 rounds. Papara Supermassive, 1 round away from being, honestly, I think, in terms of the mind games, in terms of how you're feeling mentally, this is just going to be mental corruption for this squad. Yeah, you win map 1 in some conviction, but 12-0 could be 13 and you don't score a single round on Haven? Come on.
And this was the Haven that Supermassive beat BBL Pacific on in, I think it was that 13-8 fashion. Sure, it was a couple of rounds close back to back. But the fact that they've come in having picked that in the previous series, having lost it, having the confidence to bring it in, the second map of a best of 5. And they're just really showing why. The two closest rounds we've had in this game was a 1v3 on the pistol. And then after that was a round that ended in a 3v1 for the side of BBL Pacific. So how can that be the closest rounds that we're seeing in a game with two teams fighting for survival, fighting for qualification?
There goes one, a second, a third, and I don't want to say it, but in a 2v4, Selazan and Skylan to save Grace from absolute embarrassment. The spike will move out middle. It will go towards the garage position. There is a trip up. They will have to break it. Both players ready.
There's a camera on long, Ryan.
They're
going to be able to see both of these players over towards side. They're going to know about the post plant. They're going to know that no one's looking over towards long soon enough. Deals with the camera.
But now they know that nobody's crossed into long, right? You were talking about the fact that they'd see both on site. They know that nobody's crossed long, so they're going to be clearing all of these close angles, clearing everything under their noses. One cage already popped towards site. There's a cross inbound. The stun comes out. Loiter finds one. Selazan 1v4. Kruan starts to stick. The smoke is on the spike, and it is 13-0. It is definition of domination here in map 2.
I have no words. I have no words, Ryan. And I think, coolingly enough, I think it's the first 13-0 that I've seen, that I've casted, personally. But, yeah, how you have nothing to say to that. It's more of, there was no sort of signs of life. 2 rounds. We saw 2 rounds where there were signs of life. It was the pistol, which got absolutely dissected in the sense of, sure, crazy kills towards CT with the Cypher, got a triple headshot after headshot after headshot, and then you throw away a 1v3 or a 3v1, then the next closest round was when you're in that deficit in a 1v3, and how can that be the closest round that we've seen in, sure, not that many rounds of play, but 13, come on, out of that, there's 2 close rounds. You were playing on that defense, sure, not necessarily the best side in the sense of Haven as a general, but they have to do better than that. This is a best of 5. This is to qualify to the main event next weekend to play against the Titans of Turkish, whether you have that BBL roster coming in, like historic names, you have Giant X as well, and Liquid. These are the T1 teams that they want to have the experience of playing against before they go into challenges next season. And you're just being 13-0'd on the second map of this best of 5. They need a turnaround for map 3, and hopefully they will after a quick break, but I don't know what I'm expecting.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar, for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
So if you've only just joined us, you've missed probably the most confusing 2 maps of Valorant you'll see for the rest of this year. First game, ultra competitive one, 13-8 on Bind, and we were saying BBL Pacific could have made it a lot closer. I think 2-3 1v1s missed out on, and possible rounds that could have gone their way. We then head into Haven thinking, oh my god, this is going to be a banger of a map. Like, this is going to be fine margins, super close. You could have had, you could have blinked and the map would have been over. 13-0 in favour of BBL Pacific. That is 0 rounds for the Papara Supermassive side. And for BBL now, heading into Sunset, which, yeah, sure, is the Papara Supermassive pick, you can't help but think that they're going to be feeling a bit jovial about what they've just done. Because other than, obviously, maybe the likes of Comeback having an unbelievable game, everyone just kind of did their own thing, shot heads, won rounds, and Papara Supermassive had nothing to say about it.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I want to touch upon in that one specifically is in Bind, I think it was like 14 or 12 First Bloods in favour of Papara Supermassive, 9 for BBL Pacific, which, looking at the scoreline, that, sure, it makes a lot of sense. It was a 13-8. That's what you'd normally see, is like the conversion on getting that first pick. And in Haven, they had 3 First Bloods. That's it, across the board. And especially when you're starting on that defensive side, and one of them, two on your server player, who's that hard anchor, we saw iPod get that double kill on that entry, and that was realistically it when we were talking about the First Blood. And it's not as if they were all on Comeback. Sure, Comeback had an amazing game. He was like 21-6, going absolutely crazy on that Neon. But it wasn't necessarily his First Blood. Sure, he had 4, but it was also Cruin and Rose on that more supportive agent. Cruin with the Cypher on the lurks, really making his presence felt. And I think that was also another reason why the attacking side was such a gambit of that 12-0. Is because it wasn't necessarily just, okay, we're going to go hit this site, we have to get it, so we have to make sure that Papara Supermassive don't want to go for that retake, we have to make sure we have the site down on lock. And, well, sure, that also worked in many of the occasions, but they had like 3 different backup plans across the map, whether it was with ultimates, whether it was looking at Cruin specifically on those lurks. And I think it was really a well-rounded, well, I say game, realistically you only saw 12 rounds over BBL Pacific just on that attack, so I can't even talk about the defense and possibilities of what we could have seen, because all we saw was a lackluster one from Supermassive. So coming into this one, going on to Sunset, there needs to be a pace change, there needs to be a step up from realistically anyone from the side of Papara Supermassive. You could talk about iPod in the previous game was the only player to go positive, going 12-10, and everyone else was just not on the board. And I think that's something that, sure, BBL Pacific were able to shut everyone down, but now we need to have the step up from the Papara Supermassive players to have that sort of opposite effect, try and shut down some of the BBL Pacific players, because they weren't able to shut down the site hits, they weren't able to shut down the lukes, they just didn't have anything going for them in that game.
Yeah, and I think the big change for the success of BBL Pacific is not only in the entry department, but in the kill department for Comeback. He went 9-20 in map 1 on Bind, 2-5 in opening engagements. You look at Haven, he went 21-6. He had a 4-0 in opening engagements. And to be honest, I think it wasn't a one-man show, but it would be unfair to not give him the recognition for how much he did for the BBL Pacific side, because he was a key instrument to their success. And we now head on to Sunset, which is a map that I genuinely believe that if Comeback can pull out scores like he did, everyone else step up just as much as they did in the last map, there's every chance here that BBL Pacific can start knocking out rounds early doors against the Papara Supermassive side on their selection of Sunset.
Could you say Comeback had a comeback into the series?
Thank you everyone for watching. Feel free to drop a follow here on the stream if you're new. We'll be back with the main event on next Friday. I'm just kidding. We are live on map number 3 of Sunset. It is the pick of the Papara Supermassive squad, and some real step up needed for them heading into map 3. We can talk about that 13-0 all day and how much it can affect them, but I think for their sake, we should start on a blank canvas, see if they can repaint a fantastic picture. One that we were quite praiseful about in the first map, not so much in the second. It is Supermassive side that start on the attack. Umu happy to take out that Neon and fly into sight. A lot of space given. Cruin dropping some util. Comeback also returning the favour. How many people get pinged by the util, but how many bodies drop on the side of the BBL Pacific side? It's all but one. It's Loiter against the lot. And Papara Supermassive come out all guns blazing here in map number 3, round 1.
And we get to see a round finally stopping that drought that we saw on Haven. And a way back into the series, because you can make the conversation if BBL Pacific were able to keep the rounds in favour of them, especially coming into this map. It would be that like that knock-on effect, that's 14, 15, and you get to the double digits of possible rounds in a row, and the drought could have been particularly damning for the side of Supermassive. It was a nice attack coming in, and this is something we haven't actually seen. An attack, realistically, from the side of Supermassive. You can get a chance to do so on Haven, a pistol. For them, a conversion up for grabs. I don't want to speak before the dust is settled, though, because on Bind, we didn't see anyone able to convert, especially with Classics. Already a lot of damage done onto Umu. You're looking at 3 players coming into this. You have a Sheriff, a Ghost on Celestin and Vents, Marshall on Umu, low HP. So you're looking at iPod and Skyline realistically to be the heavy hitters in this round, especially after the damage being done over towards the players on B. Rotate over, Loiter has an opportunity. Gets a lot of information, at least. Over towards A, may possibly be with the arrow as well. I think that's only hitting one, so they only know Vents over towards here. So that's pushing the rotate back over towards B. They're not away, they're not ready for these players, and sure, Loiter gets the kill onto the low HP Umu.
Spike will still go down, the round will still play out very similar. It does not go down, there is a denial of it, but not for long. Quick kill from Skyland. Eventually gets set in its place, 3 players left. And if you need a time to go to the toilet or grab a snack or something, now is the time. The remaining 3 should just be on for the save. Die to the spike. You know the drill. Papara Supermassive. Good start though, here to the 3rd map. You got to think that 13 round drought without winning a single round is definitely a mental blocker. Coming into this, you lose a pistol, it becomes 14, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're losing too many rounds in a row. You just can't find a shred of success. But there is no worry about that. 3 players in spawn. The Sheriff comes beaming around the corner. Skyland finds nothing other than damage. This round over.
Yeah, you see a lot of teams opting for that down to spike. If you're not aware, it doesn't give you any all points if you do fall to the spike, but it also starves the side of Supermassive from them. You can see teams like G2 coin for it on Abyss, just jumping off the map, making sure there's absolutely 0 investment going into it, like you're not buying any sort of utility, there's no sort of shields being bought into it, so it's very much the most effective way to realistically die in that round to make sure you have the money coming into the next, the credits, without giving anything over to the side of Supermassive, whether it's the orb, whether it's the money from the kills. So really keeping them in check so far. It's a full buy up for BBL Pacific, and this time a lot more of a stack over towards A. A stun comes out off the back, and it's just stun for stun, utility for utility. A lot of stuff dumped over towards A main round, but there's nothing necessarily gained. Only chipping down Umu and Comeback, both the Neons down to around 84, 85 HP. And the pivot over into B. There's Rose here on the contact, off the camera.
Sends out the recon as well. It's so much information, just can't do anything about it. But still, the cross into sight. Someone's got to stop this plant, and it will be Rose for the time being. Presence alone forcing them back. BBL Pacific get a second as Cruin takes down the Cypher counterpart. A TP into the jaws of Cruin, who finds 3. Come back with the last, and BBL Pacific will strike here on Sunset, lose the pistol. But when the guns are left equal, or maybe slightly in favour of this defence, they are more than happy to have a go at the opportunity. Nicely done. And I've got to say, Cruin, nice control of the site. Admittedly gifted that 3rd kill from the Omen, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward business. 2-1.
buy available for Supermassive. Bulldog on Celicent. But other than that, it's a pretty default start to this game. Something that we haven't seen on Bind, something we haven't seen on Haven either. So possibly in for a little bit more of an equal game. Nice conversions on the pistol. You lose the follow-up because the buy's not necessarily there. Coming into this one, you're back on that full buy level. Rose, Aldrin over towards top mid, clearing it out, spots out the breach, and that should be something of warning signal to the side of BBR Pacific, because Skyland's never realistically on his own, especially with the utility over into garage, now into...
Ow.
Okay, how's Crew gotten away with that?
How are they living here? I don't know. This should be punished by Papa Supermassive. At least someone should be buried. Cypher trip. Now they know what's going on sites. Now they've got all sorts of util being dumped. Cruin, another hat trick. That is 2 rounds that he's had the Vandal in his hands, and it's 6 kills presented from it. A tie game, more integrally. Para Supermassive cannot convert with equal opportunity. And it's funny, because I said even before we started the day, Summer, I was like, oh, this is just a classic 5 mapper. You know what we've seen? I believe that we're going to be here for every minute of the day today. And then after map 1, I think we believed the same. Map 2, we were like, maybe there's a chance. But I think we knew that this sort of close affair is something that's happened monotonously between both of these teams. You know, every time they've played each other, there's been numerous maps that have ran close, numerous chances that both teams have had to win the game.
And I think a timeout coming in now really pays dividends to how much stress and pressure the side of Para Supermassive are under. Because, sure, Haven wasn't necessarily your map pick, but it was an embarrassment, really. Coming into this one, sure, you win the pistol, you win the follow-up, nice and clean. Third one, you can make the conversation that they could have been able to convert it. They had 4 Vandals on the board, Bulldog, sure. Fourth one, that was their full buy round. That was the one that they realistically were looking to start etching that lead to get that 3-1 round count. But the side of BBR Pacific, they walked away with that with barely any sort of chip damage on anyone, with 5 players alive. And it's seemingly we're going back to that story over on Haven of how dominant some of these rounds can be with how much economy is building up. That Supermassive might be in for another drought of rounds coming. Especially if they can convert this one. That'll be 3 in a row. Opportunities into this one. Umu's 1 away from his ultimate. And now with that, Bucky shot could have been converted. But Rose is already there to shut it down. Good for the second as well. 6 HP. Gets out of dodge. And now that's a question over towards top mid for both teams. Because, while the tree is necessarily going in favour of BBR Pacific, no weaponry either to pick up from Supermassive on comeback, which was the only player to fall. Hail Mary shock dart as well, trying to see if Rose stuck around for too long in that position. Although, you might be a little bit worse for wear when it comes over to this market push.
I see Dan Cruin, another 2k. Don't want to say it, but it's looking quite likely. This could be another round that he finds another 3k. It will be denied by Loiter, but all the same, just a very well fortified and defended B site. BBL Pacific haven't really had to worry about Cruin being a liability for this defense. He's been incredibly strong for them. Rose some nice kills towards top mid as well. I think that was much to the aid, just thwarting any push that they had through the hub of the map, and the pivot B unsuccessful as well. BBL Pacific pulling out all the stops, and it's quite nice to see, considering we saw how the last map went. Papara Supermassive conceding 13 in a row. While they get 2 back, it's BBL Pacific that want to get back on that hype train of we can just win round after round and sort of sculpt this map how we want to.
Again, a slower pace and a little bit of a change up from the setup of BBR Pacific over towards B. You can see how deep some of these trips are. You have one over towards backside, how reserved that Cruin is playing. Which means they're expecting that full retake over towards B, wanting to play heavier towards A. You have 3 players here. And waiting, Loiter taking an aggressive peek through the smoke. They're just walking through a one-way. iPot, sure, does get a trade. But they're stopped in their tracks. Not really much utility to get through that corner, except you're just going to dry peek her and hit the shot on to come back.
And now, just going to continue to move in. iPot gets a third. A shock dart thrown. iPot with 4. And that is the round done. Papara Supermassive fire off for their third. And just keeping everything in check. Making sure that lead is not going to get too distant. Making sure that BBL Pacific don't run away with this map like they did the last. It looks to be there is even a technical pause before we head back into the action. And yeah, I am correct.
Just looking at this. The money's okay. Both teams. Obviously, a little bit of a boon to the economy for the side of Supermassive since they were able to win that round. And realistically, off the back of iPot, quad kill for him. Someone we were praising in the first map. Especially on that save round, the ace. But much to no avail, still no round in Haven. But coming on to this, a little bit more of a closer, more closer of an affair in the sense you win the pistol, lose the couple of follow-ups, finally able to get that round on the board, equal it out. And I think this round in particular is going to be so telling as to what we're going to see towards the tail end of this half, especially we're getting into round 7, 8, 9. Ult economy is coming up for that sort of round 2. You have iPot with the Hunter's Fury, Skyrim with the Rolling Thunder. Along with, for the side of BBL Pacific on the defense, again, Hunter's Fury for denial of plans or to help with the side execute. Kroon with the neural theft, as soon as he starts getting pushed, he can have some sort of information, or if he catches out a lurk of Salison. There's so many different layers that you can see coming into this. But technical pause over and done with for now. Spike over towards B. And again, another change in setup for the side of BBL Pacific with this Cypher. Trip over towards main. Second trip over towards A. So they are worried about a fast scaling elbow push from like Umu on the Neon. So it really is telling on not necessarily having the best reads, but putting the pieces across the map so they can have the most impact as well.
So we're shouting from the A side of things. There is information to be gathered. Come back deep in enemy lines. Nearly gets away with his life. Will falter to the hands of iPot. So a 4v4. There's one apiece drop in the A main position. Now the movement in towards A. Smoke goes up towards short. Going to try and funnel them into this Omen. And yeah, damn straight they are just going to try and fire through the long side. But LaRock hits one. Rose the ult another. The tag onto the Neon. Both players going to be stunned. Only one will take effect because Rose put one in the sand before. And it is 4-3. BBL Pacific now in front.
It's just... How is even Comeback able to get away with one in that situation? And it's just a layering of util over here. You have Rose, Hunter's Fury, and then just with the Vandal to close it out. Stuns coming in from LaRock as well in assist. And okay, right, he's averaging 1 assist per round, but also in the sense of he's got 1 kill. And this is just the life of really good breach plays, is being able to facilitate the rest of your team. Might get run down in this situation though, is Rose blinded, stunned up, and dealing with a lot of players coming in with classics. The stun is there in assist, but much no avail, a little bit too little too late.
Here there goes the Neon ult. Comeback just sliding in. Thank you for the first. Tapping the spike. That is cheeky. Just under the nose of iPot, who does make it a third. This round safely in the pockets of the BBL Pacific side, and Sunset, the pick of Papara Supermassive, under threat a little bit here early. Only 8 rounds played, admittedly, but a 5-3 lead for the BBL side. As you mentioned, it's assist city for the likes of the Breach, and maybe not even in the kill feed for an assist in this round, I don't think, but the util alone enough to force players into the open and come back scooping up a fair few. iPot, nice try, 3 in the round. Unfortunately, no team around him to help out.
I'm just having a quick look about how many times both of these teams have been playing Sunset in the recent months. It's not necessarily the worst map for Supermassive, having beaten Envious and Digital Athletics on it. This could go overlooked. Oh no, Umu, you had the chance. Rose hits a flick of a lifetime. Answered back by Skylar and iPot, so it is equaling it back out to this 3v3. A lot of utility. LaRock good for 1, but Skylar doubles her up. Good flash onto the player on site, and finally... Again, it's heroics from one player, Ryan. In the previous, we saw iPop be able to get a quadra kill to get the round across. This time, it's heroics as from Skyland. Sure, you can make the case of it's great that we have players stepping up and that we have players we're getting like multi kills out of players. But if that's the way that they're struggling, the only way they can get rounds on the board, then it starts to beg the concern of when they do eventually go onto that defensive side.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, I think for me, like the fact that this comes in from a 3v5, right? Like someone does need to step up, but it should never be that position to begin with. BBL Pacific, look, one blip and they're right back to it. The ult ready for LaRock. He could throw everyone into the stratosphere that's sat in A main right now. It's another 3vx that Para Supermassive are disadvantaged in. Under the smoke goes the Owl Drone for Rose. And now, there you have it. Rolling Thunder deployed. There's one. A second for Loiter. Skyland forced away. And Summer, you mentioned that, you know, the last 2 rounds, the pattern that has been for the Supermassive side to be winning is the fact that they need someone to step up. This round, barely anyone's found any damage, and they just get decimated out on A.
And again, it's a supportive util coming in from LaRock. Unfortunately, I don't think finding too many of those kills, but it's putting his teammates in the best position. Skyland went away from his, not necessarily going to be a changing factor coming into this run, unless he can get past the double stack over towards elbow. Stun comes out, and players just conversion on his position. Forced into the peak. Light up, picking up a 3rd. And yeah, talking about the just heroics from Supermassive, we saw glimpses of it on Haven where players were able to get a double kill, but it's more of coming back from that number deficit is something that they weren't able to do. And for this one, the ult economy in favor of BBL Pacific, able to just utilize an ult whenever they see fit, because, well, currently they're doing pretty good for themselves, and especially an important round like that, it does terrible things to the economy of Supermassive. Might not even get a chance to use the ultimates going into this one. Saving it possibly for the last round of the half. Rose comeback is just not even getting any sort of silver linings in this round for the side of Supermassive. Sure, Selson got one with a classic. But a 4v2, you know where the remaining 2 players are. You've blocked them off with the smoke as well.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice, Ryan.
Yeah, really clean. 7 on the board for BBL Pacific. And this, perfect summary of the rounds. Just aggressive in A main. No real defying response for the attacking side. And an easy 7th for them to pick up. And it could be an 8th as well.
I don't mean to bang on about LaRock and his assists and anything, but the utility is generally there whenever it's needed. You can see in the replay, Umu's so blinded up as soon as he's trying to get into the main. There's stuns on back of stuns. There's no chance really for Supermassive in that round, and in many rounds previous, to really get out that choke point. But as soon as they do skill up, we see then some liberties being taken from the teams, but LaRock's utility is a thorn in the side, and this time, it's not even the utility, it's just him as a being. Gets the first 2, Rose converts on the 3rd.
TP back. Skyland trying to give us Bit of hope forcing Loiter away. The retake still very much on the cards. It's Rose that peeks in, just moves the crosshair at the wrong time. Loiter has found a fair few 2Ks in this map so far. And I'll tell you what, the timing, not half bad. The shot from the R drone, not going to find much. They have to drop the dart into the smoke, drops down. Loiter can't find anything. 7-5. It is a pretty even first half.
Which would you favour? For the side of the attack or defensive comp? Because, well, we have mirror comps coming through on this. Which do you favour both? That's a lovely shot from Skyland, by the way.
I think, obviously, as you say, like, it's a mirror comp. I can't exactly say which team has the better comp, because they're going to be playing the exact same thing in both halves. What I will say, though, is I think with what we've seen so far, LaRock has been putting out a lot of utility to facilitate not just some neon frags, but everyone has been activated, right? And so with BBL heading on to attack, I think with the amount of util that LaRock's providing, obviously Rose is going to be a very integral part to attacking sites as well. Kruen's going to be able to lock in flanks. Everyone's hitting shots right now for BBL Pacific, at least, you know, that's how it's looked. Oh my god! And, well, stars you mean to go on, apparently. iPods just hit 3 quick headshots. And just like that, the pistol for BBL Pacific erupts. Spike scoops. 2 kills back for Kruen. And now the round is on, maybe, because 3 more to go. But those were the hardest. But unfortunately, a triple stack in middle will be their demise. BBL Pacific, I'd still believe that they have the better comp for this half. But that isn't exactly how they wanted this start to go. And this is why just the spam, 1 bullet, 2 frags. And, I mean, it was a 2v5. Kruen, some nice individual excellence, but this round basically over from the word go.
And that's double pistols now as well for the side of Supermassive. You can see it towards just at the start of that timeline, starting to go out of sight. But having both pistols, the chance to convert the second one as well, this can equal up the score to 7-7. And realistically, when you're looking at it, almost half of the rounds would have been just from winning the pistol and the follow-up there with just the superior weaponry. So if you're looking at BBL Pacific, they're realistically doing this on the hard mode. They're having to win the rifle rounds, win the lesser buy rounds as well to get back into it, whether it's with the Bulldogs, with the Guardians and stuff like that. Although it's going to be Skyland with the Ghost chiming first. Loiter getting that trade, but not realistically going to be able to trade up to anything. It's the push from A, so these players are just going to be boxed in over towards mid, especially with I putting out, shutting down that A lurker, and it's all that they've wrote for this round realistically. Maybe a little bit of damage on the way out, trying to force some shield rebuys, but no. 7-7. This is going to be a test now for BBL Pacific. This round in particular, if they can regain that lead, regain the momentum that they were having in the first half with the sense of the rifle rounds, of the Vandal v Vandal rounds especially. On top of that, with Supermassive coming in with 2 Bulldogs, 2 Guardians, so they are forcing up slightly into this. Especially with the players that either went down or only came into this with Sheriffs and Ghosts.
So it is tie game after 14. See what happens. Both teams have a presentable bye. Come back. I mean, this is early, but this is devious. All the way up in middle with 1:20 on the clock. Trying to get some information out of this defense. How are Papara Supermassive prepping for our attack? And I will say, not much being given away.
And look, you can see the pings into spawn. Like, you've seen Salson has completely vacated the B side because he's worried about that lurk going up through top mid. They've dealt with the camera. There was no trips. There was no one else to play off it. Sure, they've cleared out deep spawn with even Umu having to be tasked with clearing out that angle. Paranoia comes through, so it delays the attack a little bit longer. But still, there's questions about mid. There's questions about Heaven. There's questions about CT. The issue is, it's the ones coming through sight that's going to be the problem. Umu and Skyland deal with both. Loiter, though, an opportunity to turn the tides. Has to retrieve that spike.
Nicely done. And it's all down to Loiter. 1 on 3 will TP across into safety. The box in sight. Gambles on the fact that nobody coming from the short position. 2 players from spawn. The Al drone coming over. As Loiter makes some guess. I don't know if it was spotted. I don't think so. At least they're still being cautious about what angles to clear. I think the shoulder was spotted there. They know exactly what's going on. Smoke goes out on top of Loiter. Shock darts start to come in as well. And this is where it gets trickier. Smoke to try and bail Loiter out of these fights. A TP. Oh my God, Loiter! That's so disgusting! He knew that his days were numbered in the back of sight. Throws a smoke. Fakes the TP away to play for it. Instead, it's in the back lines. And instead, it's all 3. That is so well played from Loiter. And it looked like the Supermassive squad had everything in the palm of their hand. We'll be able to watch it back. 2 kills. Unfortunately, teammate falls. And then look at this. TP into the back lines and just holds mouse 1. It is insane how controlled that spray is. And round 15 goes the way of BBL Pacific, even though they should have had no chance.
He's breaking the ankles, Ryan. The TP behind is miscommunication. Vent wasn't aware of it. He then gets caught off on the side of the head, and it's the lineup. And yeah, like you said, a beautifully controlled spray. And what a way to turn that round on its head. That was the opportunity for Supermassive to convert 3-0 at the beginning of the half. At the beginning of the defensive gambit. And well, no, Loiter had different plans. Took it into his own hands. And again, favouring over towards this A site after the heroics of the last. They want to try and at least repeat the round outcome.
Can't blame them. But it's Supermassive that this time put up a 5v3. LaRock going to give us his best Loiter impression stuck in this corner. Vent all too aware. We've played it once before. You can't fool us twice. They'll move in on site. Plenty of bodies in front of them, though, and it is 8 all. Just a push through a smoke, unflashed, unsmoked, nothing. Don't know what else they expect, and the lead quite quickly tossed away.
Yeah, just looking at the replay as well, just how confident Vent is going into that side. He gets 2 with the spacing of these players not there. Vent, the 3rd as well, and these players are just sat in the smoke. They're not out on site, they've been blocked. There's no smoke either towards CT because, well, they've lost their players early on. There's nothing to block with those angles, nothing to deter Supermassive from doing exactly what Vent did was, okay, well, I've already killed 2 on their way in. Surely there's got to be a 3rd trying to get that spike down. Elbow smoked off. I'm just going to take the liberty of walking in. Gets the kill. And it's 2 back-to-back rounds that realistically shouldn't have been going that way. Trip's already dealt with those, so that's at least a positive. The side of BBL Pacific. Nail on the head with both shock darts. That's pulling in a lot of reinforcements. They're worried about a possible pop out because they're going to know those trips are gone. So it's definitely a weakened site currently over towards A. Vent just cycling these one-ways. Yeah, have to look towards comeback to get like a slide around the corner to try and catch this player off guard. Holding a stun as well for the close angles, but yeah, Vent's already backed off. Stun in favour now for Skyland, ready for that flood retake back in, especially over towards Elbow. CT is the pressure position now, Ryan. They've run in so many times from this position. There's no smoke. Smoke over towards Elbow. There's nothing covering it.
Well, someone's got to make a move, and it will be the defending force to try and get in on site. They have the numbers, and they have the weapons, but now it's the attacking force that have the information. 5 on 4, 3 players tagged once to this overall, but it's the information that's going to be the most helpful. Vent finds a trade, Loiter gets another, Skyland run and gun into sight, the spam of the Sheriff can't connect, and now it's a 2v2. Rolling Thunder now burnt out as they try and get on the spike, a tap of it. Loiter not convinced. LaRock forced to take the fight, but waits for his teammate to swing first. And Papara Supermassive should just about have it. And they will, but it is fine margins in a round that BBL Pacific didn't invest much in. But I will say the caveat to all of that is arguably they should have won.
Should have, could have, would have. And yeah, leaving it down to the fine margins, even forcing out a Rolling Thunder from Skyland. But you can see that is like that trade for the Hunter's Fury from Rose. And I think there's a couple of oversights as well with some of these kills. Loiter doing a lot of work over towards the L position. The first one, I believe, he got through the smoke over towards CT. So it definitely was an opportunity for these players to come back in, but again, that kill from Vent, very key in the sense that they can turn both of the directions over towards elbow, and they can get the kill on that peak, and then they can get and stick onto that defuse. So really playing with the time there as well. I think leaving that I think it was like 1.3 seconds left on the clock. They were well aware of what they're doing, and a timeout coming in from BBL Pacific, because if you just look at the timeline, with the 5 rounds that we've seen them play on this attacking side, they've only been able to convert the third. Sure, it was realistically a rifle round, a couple of Guardians on the side of Supermassive, but other than that, it's been a drought for them. And especially how Haven went, they won all of the attacking rounds. So now they're coming into this, and they've only been able to put together one, especially after just how well-rounded their attacks on Haven were in particular. Was that a double timeout? No, okay.
No, it's tech, I think. Don't remember it, it was literally just in front of me. Nice shot from Skyland to open things up. Good start for the defense. They're trying to hold on a second kill. Cruin fighting back, will pop the cage and thinking about slipping through it. Instead, just drops the trip within, sliding on out, comeback, gets the read. Cruin, another. Now it's a 3v2. Tulpars Supermassive's defense cut in half as BBL Pacific will try and make their way into a position to hold down this site, deny the defuse. Tulpars Supermassive want to move in. Of course they want to give this a go, but every second spent teeing up the utility is a second less for them to get on the defuse. Both players coming from the short side. Ven drops the flash on in. It will not catch anyone. A tap. Nobody bites down just yet. It's a jump round the corner for Cruin, who makes it a hat trick. The shorty in pocket. Loiter finds the last, and it is 18 rounds played. We are tied at 9-9.
Lovely stun as well. Just, it's not even netting the kill, but it's stopping the re-engagement and allows them to focus a lot of their efforts over towards elbow. Gets the kill onto the Neon and the Sova, and then you're just left in a position where they're forced to go for something brazen. Plant backside was maybe the silver lining in that for the side of Supermassive, so they could smoke it, they could get across, but when you have Cruin and Comeback as the shorty demons in this series and in this tournament, it's just a jump around the corner away from your demise. So, again, coming into this one, it's a lot more slower pace because we've seen so many fast executes over towards A, and I feel like that's another reason why we've seen a little bit more of a change up in the setup for Supermassive. They've even brought the Cypher over here, they've put one on elbow, one on main, and doubling that up with the Neon and the Breach as well. It shows this is something that's pretty scary for the side of Supermassive. They're letting so many post-plant situations come in favor over towards the A side, whether it's on pistols as well. This is going to be an interesting gunfight. If they hard clear this, Cruin is going for it. Isn't able to connect the shots, but Loiter's there for the follow-up, and that's the thing about the amount of people they have over towards B. And now it's pulling the rotate. Yeah, it's pulling the rotate, Ryan.
Jinx! We said the same thing. Rose, welcomed gunfight in middle, will allow the BBL Pacific side to get the leg over.
But there's still the Cypher on A. Cypher and Breach can be a deadly combo if it's worked out properly, but they're doing the due diligence. They've taken away the shock darts, but Selsum has taken away Loiter's life. He's going for more!
Oh my word, it's a dangerous move. It's a ballsy one, and it results in nothing. A net zero profit for this defense. They get one back, but 3 players fall for the price of it. And BBL Pacific, first to double digits. It's 10-9. Remember, in a game first to 13, you can't say it's over until there's 13 next to someone's name, but you can't argue now that at this point in the game where the defensive economy is in a position that is not going to be as superior as BBL Pacific's, there are limited chances for them to close out their selection in this BO5.
And just talking about the difference in rounds, we saw so many fast executes, like I was saying before. In this round in particular, they were able to pull those rotates back and forth, and you could see the questioning on the side of Supermassive. You saw Umu just jumping left and right through mid, trying to get so much information, or just any morsel of information, ends up falling to Rose, and then that's your Neon off the board. That's a player that you're looking towards of being the fast rotate, the difference maker when it comes down to those side executes, because the rotates can come in so quick, and the flooding, the stuns and everything can be so suppressive to that attacking side team. basically gives up a free kill over towards mid that rotates them around over towards A. Even then, you're looking at the fact that, oh, we still have the breach, still have the Cypher over towards this site. Rose does his due diligence yet again in the sense of dealing with those. Sure, Skeleton goes for an aggressive peek into the smoke. It doesn't realistically work out too favourable because there's so many players of the side of BBL Pacific there and ready to trade. Even gets the trade onto the breach, and then sure, Vents up on the elevated degree, gets one, but it's the instant trade back out because BBL Pacific have managed to get those sort of those float players in regards to Umu realistically early on into the round that they can stack so many players towards one place and play that trade game and play the numbers advantage all the way through it. This again, another little bit of a shake up in regards to the defense. They have a trip over towards top mid, a camera over towards 8 because they're just worried about the mid to A Luke brush, and this is when BBL Pacific decided, you know what, B's going to be our place. Forced to back off from the side of the Supermassive. Vents caught out on his retreat.
Yeah, BBL Pacific are now able to take control. Spam goes out, you tagged up even further. The problems continue to develop for this defense. A slide across. I think they know now all 3 players are in spawn. Not that it matters because Loiter's still here to take fights. A double TP back and forth, allowing the ping on the left. We'll move back to the right. You can see the flanks happening in the meantime. Loiter's on for the ace. Cruin will take it away, but BBL Pacific won't care at this point. At this certain situation in the game, you're 11-9 up now. It doesn't matter if you're getting aces or 4Ks. There's little to no difference as the scoreline goes. As long as you're winning rounds, as long as you're putting numbers on the board, that's all that this team will care about because this is the Supermassive pick and it is not going their way.
And that's just before you're looking at the next map in this series, going on to Abyss. Something that Tulpars Supermassive picked into BBL Pacific the last time they played against each other and lost again there. So it's not necessarily the all sunshine and daisies in the camp of Supermassive. Like, oh, it's okay, we're going on to our pick next. No, it's not. It's BBL Pacific. So Umi's going to be forcing the issue, same as Skyline. They don't want to let this game go too far out of their control, wanting to put at least double digits on the boards. A quick double kill over towards mid and right back out, closes the door, and now tensions go over towards top mid. Timing as well work in favour of Umu. That's a second for himself in the round, and it's just a clean-up. This is the round that Supermassive really needed, Ryan, onto the boards. Although, just hasn't settled just yet. Umu 4 HP. Hypot even going to be noticed out. Don't think they're expecting Celestin, especially with the camera over towards A. So a really nice round from Supermassive.
$11-10. As I said, game is never over until it is. I know it's a very stupid saying, but it's very valid in a situation like this. You got to think 11-9 down, you lose this round, and it could be game over. One round can really turn the tables. This defense, a winning one. Comeback tries to get through towards B. Nice shot down for the Cypher. And you can see BBL Pacific taking a timeout off the back of this summer. They're throwing everything in front of this Supermassive side. Every blocker they can, mentally or physically, to deny them of stealing away their map pick. Because I think it's safe to say, with how it looks, BBL Pacific have been the better team on this map. In the course of the 21 rounds we've seen so far, BBL Pacific have been the better side. And if they do end up losing this, they're then relying on their selection of Abyss to stay alive in this event. If not, they're packing their... Well, they're not packing their bags. They're leaving their bags at home because they won't be taking a trip to the LAN.
And I think that's the important thing of BBL Pacific taking this time out now. They had just had 3 string of rounds together. Supermassive answered back with such aggression there as well over towards mid. And there was... Sure, you could see morsels of an attempt back into the round, but it was completely shut out. Got the couple of kills towards mid, secured the advantage, closed off the doors, and then played super passive over towards mid on top of that. So it's trying to stop that momentum as well. Timeout just used as well. So 11 needs to be converted on. Hypot aggressive over towards this B main yet again. We saw him trying to lurk up into certain positions, try to get those off angles. This time going to be denied by a heavy presence over towards main. Is that going to be a run? Surely you run him down.
Yeah, just full send, I reckon, into the site. That's exactly what the plan is. Cruin going to be setting trips and denying the plants on the Rolling Thunder use, but no one's in it. A TP from Vent into site will stop himself from being caught. Skyland concussed will regain vision.
Spike's still towards main.
And you are
They
right,
have to
the
fight their
spike
way
is not
out.
out. They either have to support Cruin or give it up, and there we have it, the ult used, and 3 kills, in fact 4, but 3 of them painted red, and it is all in the hands of Selazin and Umu to deny BBL Pacific of map point. And they'll have a look to go for this retake. There will be a shot, but it's a missed one through the legs of the player retreating in main, and a 1v4 required for Selazin. And while he has had some pretty decent moments in this map and this series so far, I think this one a stretch way too far. Concussed, stunned, dazed. No easy way into this site. A pair of eyes holding the push, and it's Loiter that picks it up. It is map point BBL Pacific, and the pick of Papara Supermassive might have one too many holes for them to cover up.
Loiter even towards the tail round of that towards the tail end of that round, able to pick up that operator for comeback. And just looking at the economy of Supermassive, sure, that timeout was great. Converted on for the side of BBL Pacific, but it's even worse. With Selazin attempting that 1v3, not going for the save of whether it's a rifle, or the Vandal, or the operator in itself has been forced back down onto this Spectre. They're going again for something that has worked previously, this heavy mid push. There's no one home. BBL Pacific were ready for something as aggressive as this. Across the map even, they were heavy defaulting towards mid, sure, but there was players on each extremity. Just as quick as they went into it, the side of Supermassive, they vacated, closed the door. Have no interest in sticking around either. And look how far back some of these players are playing. There's 3 people in spawn, whether it's the Breach over towards B, who's, well, no longer over towards B, along with Vent and Umu, who is playing around that CT spawn over towards A. So they're so scared for the side of Supermassive, and I don't blame them, with BBL Pacific raising so many question marks with destroying the main Cypher trip over towards B main so they can walk out, the camera as well not really holding too much of an aggressive information. The heavy default is a little bit of an issue.
The second rotates in time. Umu sitting patient, has to find everything, and will spot the head. Cruin nails it though. BBL Pacific up by 2. The spike will go down. Positions are compromised. Selazin's getting gunned down by the Hunter's Fury. And the second shot won't connect, but all the rest will. BBL Pacific 2-1 up, and it's on the Papara Supermassive pick.
And a way to do it as well. Sure, we made a conversation about the first map being close in the sense of, yeah, it's not their map pick, but they had an opportunity to turn it around. The second one, so heavily in favour of BBL Pacific, and I don't think anyone can deny that. It's very clearly painted. They didn't get a single round. It was a 13-0. Coming into this one, again, not their map pick, and they've shown up. They had that 7-5 half. It got a little bit ropey as well towards the end, but they were able to close it out, and I think that's something that we could have possibly seen even a 3-0 if we were talking about the first map of Bind. It realistically had that pendulum swing moment towards the mid round where there was back-to-back rounds, 4 spies after 4 spies of having one player alive, and there was opportunity to break economy, and there was so many things that could have gone into it that we could have been here wrapping it up. It could have been a 3-0, and I think it's definitely favouring that 3-1 scoreline because we're going into the next map. It's BBL Pacific's map pick, and we saw what happened last time. We were on a map pick by them, and it was that comeback arc of it, losing it 13-8, then coming back, picking it as your first map in this best of 5, winning it in that 13-0 fashion. So there's questions to be answered for the side of Papara Supermassive, and we don't have the answers, we just have the questions, and we will be seeing it after a short break on the 4th map of this best of 5 grand finals to qualify to the main event next weekend. But stick around, we'll see after this break.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
So, 3 maps played, and it is the BBL Pacific side that find themselves with a pretty good chance of winning this series, Summer, I think it's safe to say. I mean, we are heading into Abyss now, if I'm not mistaken, right? And Papara Supermassive, not their pick, is what the storyline and the narrative I'm going for is. It's BBL's selection, it's their map, it's their time to take this series 3-1. Knock Papara Supermassive out, break the curse, and then the cherry on top of all of that, which already feels like there's many cherries on top of all the cakes, is that they qualify for the main event, right? That they get to go all the way through. They play in that event. They guarantee themselves 3,750 USD, and they play for 17.5 grand. So I'd argue this is probably one of the most important maps for the rest of this year, if not the most, for the BBL Pacific side.
And what a way to come into this. They're already 2-1 up in this series, an opportunity to close out, going on to their map pick. Like you said, this is going to be an uphill battle for the side of Papara Supermassive, especially on Abyss. We can just look at the recent reps that they've had on this map for the side of Supermassive. Played it 4 times already in this tournament in particular, won it 3, so it's looking okay for them, but most recently it was a loss to BBL Pacific themselves in that 13-9 fashion when they actually picked it coming into the veto. So the fact that BBL Pacific have come away and they've reassessed the Haven, which they again lost to them, and sure, they were able to close out it on Abyss the last time they played in the most recent bracket of the uppers. There's that conversation of we could have seen the same thing coming back from the side of Supermassive, that they've gone away, they've reassessed what went wrong, and they're ready to come back and, well, at least push us to that 5th map and get that 2-2 scoreline back up. But my concern is this is a very heavily played map by BBL Pacific. They've got like 9 reps, I think, on it in the last couple of months, notably playing it against Apex in that Ascension, and I think they were the only ones that they lost it to in that Ascension run. Sure, it was in the grand finals that they lost it, so it's a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow for the side of BBL Pacific, but recently closing it out against VCT champions and Papara Supermassive as the most recent victory. So they're definitely going to be going into this confident, and especially the fact that they're a map up in this series, they have the opportunity to close this out here and now on their map pick.
And it all starts with a pistol, as every half of Valorant does. And it is the BBL Pacific side on the defense. Smoke goes up towards main. Quickly pulled back. A fake of utility. Umu opening kill, shot through. Nice damage done by Comeback. Not to mention the existing and underlying damage done. A slight tip of the scales in favor of this defense, and Rose on the aggressive, moving forward. Up into the heavens. iPod's turned away. It's all a game of timing right now. If Rose wants to re-peek, maybe listening, the audio cues, I think it heard everyone move across. Kruin is now required to step up massively, but there is every chance for him to deliver. The cage goes up. Sitting in the cage itself is iPod, who just jumps through. And Skyland gets one as well. 2 on 4. BBL Pacific outnumbered towards B. The rotations didn't come quick enough. And now the round will crumble around the seams unless these two can step up massively. A Ghost Sheriff combination to find all the kills. There's one and there's the other. It is Papara Supermassive that start off strong here in map 4.
We saw what Pistols could do for them on last map in particular, keeping that scoreline so close. It's just, you feel honestly cheated if you're LaRock. They betrayed by the box, and this is an important kill as well. We were talking about the flank possibility coming in from Rose, that if he peaks on the timing, but it was more of the diligence that Umi was. Sure, he was coming in with that spike, with Vent on that rotation through, and they were aware of the gaps that they had in their attack, that there was a possibility for a player to have slipped through onto that position all the way down mid, holding it. Sheriff connects, and yeah, that's all that she wrote realistically in that round. They have so much of an advantage going in, fading the smoke over towards B to close it out pretty nice and cleanly. This one, however, Salison spotted early out towards B, and look at the rotations in. Every single player on this server is going to be over towards B. Is there going to be any sort of delay from Supermassive? Are they going to wait, trying to make sure the rotates get pulled back over? No, they're going to hard rush into this side, but Cruin, missed opportunity.
Some spam back, iPop returns the favour, Sellers in another. The dash in, comeback is just so blind. And all on LaRock, 1 on 4. The knife giving it away, but not exactly over. Will re-swing on the classic and will eventually fall. 2 kills on the full eco. Not a bad investment for BBL Pacific to be making, and now they'll move into round 3 with the rifles.
And you'd thought that would be a little bit more precarious, a little bit more costly for the side of Supermassive, walking into a full-on stack and honestly dealing with it pretty well. The fact that BBL Pacific were only able to get 2 kills, sure, a little bit of chip damage as well onto the remaining players, but walking away with that with 3 alive, having gone into that 5v5 situation, everyone corralled onto B. It made the map so small for them, and it's just that layering of utility. You saw the flashes, how blind comeback was when he was trying to get back onto site, the dashes and everything. So well handled by the side of Supermassive. Again, of course, it's only the pistols. And if reads like that continue to happen... Oh, it's even spotting out LaRock. And again, it's this angle. We've seen 2 players die in this. In the first round in the pistol. And now in the second, 2 different players who's come back then. LaRock now. And it just seems like that's such an easy way to get the the player advantage in a round where you're not necessarily got the best weaponry coming into it.
Yeah, BBL Pacific have been punished again. The regroup towards B is synonymous with this Papara Supermassive attack. The stars will fall from the sky. Vent to drop all of it in. The nade combination with the Astra pull is good, but comeback and Cruin with 2 kills. The oversaturation of players towards B is going to really thwart this aggression. The shots coming up from the Hunter's Fury, and IPOC does connect with 1, but the spike is dropped. They know what's going on. And time is just burning, second by second. Getting the information. There is a fair few players stacked up, but they believe that there isn't enough time to go for the full rotation. They just have to commit. They're going to have to work together. And unfortunately, I don't think there's the space to do it. A double stack on the side cross. They're just jiggling, playing off one another. The peek goes in. Sellers isolates 1. Manages to get the kill and stay alive. His teammate will fall. And the swing shortly after from Loiter will be the closer. But BBL Pacific, some serious concern in that round, as it should have been easier than what it was made out to be.
And even Loiter just surviving on, realistically, 1 body shot of health over towards that double stack you saw. They were holding the side cross. Selson really giving it his best opportunity. This kill, if it happens again in this half specifically, there needs to be a conversation about what PBL Pacific are actually doing. I see here there's an opportunity for a lineup, and if you could have seen that round go completely on its head, turned into a 2v1 and more favourable for the side of Supermassive. I do want to see a little bit more conservative approach over towards A, especially that box, if it's getting spammed down that consistently.
Mew slipping through. Running away into middle, will ping out the position. Got spammed from here. Watch out. In the meantime, a lot of the resources being parked up towards the A side of the map. Some and nobody wanting to head towards B, and I think it's understandable considering the recent loss that they took towards there. They want to try the other side of the map, and it's an understandable approach to have. And they're not leaving it too late either. Umu using these knives to clear out the position, and more integrally, give some space for the ult to be picked up.
Whereas how dangerous it was over towards mid with Umi that pressed up over towards top mid, even a drone coming in through, a little bit of a scariness that they can't rotate through mid, so the rotates are going to be late, Ryan.
Now they're going to go pushing on in. Can they find the kills? Vent, Umu both one apiece. A right click through the smoke is a dagger to the heart of the defense. BBL Pacific set back to 2. Crew and comeback. Left with no room on site. No room to retake. And now it's just a dart towards B. To tuck tail, save Grace, and pack up shop in round 4. Papara Supermassive will take their 3rd.
And it comes back down to how aggressive they were over towards mid. At the beginning of the round, you saw Umi almost like venturing into the spawn, along with layering that with a second owl drone from iPod, just making sure that nobody had actually re-cleared that positioning. When they pop out onto A, they have so much confidence in the sense of this isn't going to be the most heavily guarded site, because they have to have at least have someone over towards B, and they're going to be concerned about mid. So not all eyes are going to be trained to where we're coming in from and where we're flooding from this A main position. And you can see just in the positions where people are dying on the side of BBL Pacific. Again, someone on that box there. And also 2 players over towards Deep CT when they're trying to get back onto site. But this is too little too late. You can see them trying to rush out of this smoke. Umu somehow hits an absolute blind onto Rose. Right click onto Loiter. And that's all she wrote in that round, because the rest of the players are too far away to rotate in because they've been concerned and preoccupied about the mid look, about mid positioning coming in from one of the players. That was a bit too much of a dangerous gamble to then re-rotate through, because they didn't have necessarily the utility to clear it, in which Supermassive, they cleared it twice. One with the jet and one with iPod's utility.
Heading into round 5, we're going to need to see something a little different. Shaped somewhat differently. Comeback already using the dash to get back into the corner, so it's just going to have to be the process of hopping. And that will be the case. Now we're able to move safely out of middle. All picked up. Slow round yet again. Papara Supermassive, I think they've sort of mastered the plan of this first half, and that is that we sort of prod and poke across the map, but these groups are happening super early in these rounds. They are more than happy to play as a 5, even from the minute mark. You know, no one's trying to pick up a lurk, no one's trying to find a lacking entity that's going for a flank push. BBL Pacific have just bunkered up. Papara Supermassive have the choice of everywhere, and right now it's through middle.
But that's a danger though, especially with Astra, a Vent being solo with this spike. If they do end up going for this mid split and the fight over towards main doesn't necessarily go in favour of Supermassive, Loiter has the opportunity to then turn this round on the head. They can have that main position as secured as possible. So it does really depend on how effective this push in from middle can be. The first one, not there for Umu. Loiter has it. Flash comes out. No one's necessarily taking advantage of these smokes, and the top jumper is going to be watchful of rocks there. Loiter comes out of the smoke finally, but it's a double in back favour of Supermassive. Time's ticking. They have to protect this plant, and that's exactly what iPod does. But the plant keeps getting cancelled. It has to be stuck this time. There's no time to re-go for it. Ultimate out, there's so much information.
Ping goes off. Selazan hits one. They know that the other's under sight. There should be no way that this round gets turned around. Yet somehow Papara Supermassive have a way out. They just wiggle their way out of every awkward situation. 4 out of 5 on this attack. And that was a must-win round for BBL Pacific. Not so much in terms of the weapons, but in terms of how much of a lead they had. How much knowledge, information, the numbers game. It felt like in every department they had the winning formula, yet still turn out to be second best.
Like you can see, it was a 5v2, Ryan. Constant flashes and just danger of Selsom trying to get this spike down. Finally does. Pops the ultimate. And then it's just about isolating the remaining fights, because you know exactly where they're coming from. They're not grouped up together. One from heaven, one from backside. And even though BBL Pacific came into that with realistically a force buy, in the sense you've had some players on Vandals, they were forcing up around the saved weapons from the previous, in the sense of you had a Sheriff on Loiter who did actually the best, I think, in that round with what he was given with, in the sense of getting the first, getting the follow-up, stopping the original spike plant, and then it just slipped through their fingers when they were going for that over-aggression. They were trying to play it by the time, in the sense of they over-aggressed onto the peak, and it got shut down realistically by the bodyguard of iPod. Sure, Papara Supermassive really playing with the time and really just dragging it on as much as possible. Like, I think we had like 10 different fake plants going into there because of the barrage of utility. When the utility ended, they put their bodies on the line and We saw how much of a massacre that was.
Round 6 has to be different.
Hero
To
rifle.
show some more promise. You are right, there is one rifle. The rest looking a little less confident. Mew. Oh, this round is definitely not live.
Yeah, I think this is going to be
not live.
A replay. No damage done, so that's not too much of an issue. And I'm just thinking, obviously they can have a similar buy going into the next one. Well, going into this round itself when it gets replayed, but it's more of, for the side of BBR Pacific, is this going to be an opportunity for them to use that hero rifle coming in for the side of combat? Sure has the knives to play with in the next, so that is going to necessarily be that full buy up and going to be playing through the ultimate. But in this round, I don't even know if you can make the conversation about how much damage it can do, in the sense of there's the economy for the side of Tulpars Supermassive is building up. They're not short for cash realistically, and it's just how are they going to put the right pieces in the right places? Because, well, we saw they were in a 5v2 situation and the pieces crumbled, so they really need the right ones in the right places to try and convert around, because this is their map pick. This is a map that they're confident on. They've got many reps on it, whether that's as the Core of 4 that we see going all the way back to Ascension runs, or the Core of 5 that we've seen in this tournament in particular, along with the Rebel qualifier. It's not a bad map for them.
Gotta say, even if there is a hero rifle that comes out again, I'm just gonna state the obvious, and that is that even with 5 rifles, these guys have struggled with round wins. As much as we were saying about Para Supermassive in the previous, you know, like, you guys need to start having these individuals step up. You need to start having players that can be relied upon a little bit more. I'm going to throw the exact same thought process back at the BBL Pacific side. Who's fragging right now on this defense? Rose is 1 and 4, Kruen's 1 and 4, Laroc's 2 and 5. Like, even your duelist is neg. And so you head into round 6, and I'm just a firm believer that no matter who takes a fight, no matter what gun they have, they've always been on the back foot. Always. And Papara Supermassive aren't exactly the team, as we've learnt twice in this tournament already, to let a lead in a situation like this slip up, at least not easily.
There's that conversation. As you can see, the rifle hasn't necessarily been brought up, but we're still in the middle of that technical pause. Do you play for the orb to get the Blazestorm alive in this round and play for an operator in the next? Because I don't think we haven't even necessarily seen that too much on this map. I know we're only 5 rounds in. Hasn't necessarily been facilitated too easily. And for the side of Supermassive, you can make the conversation about, you have the Skyland flashes that have been realistically absolutely hitting the nail on the head when they're going for these site executes. You can see comeback being nullified on the dashes back in because there's a KO flash in front of his face. So is the possibility of getting that operator out, trying to search for some picks, especially over towards B, where you see Salison lurking a lot on that angle with the camera, playing with the utility. Because right now it seems very flat from the side of BBL Pacific. I don't know if you feel the same about that. It's more of, there's nothing really inspiring coming from it. Like you said, yeah. There's no players really stepping up. It's more as if we're getting this crazy layering of utility that's been nice, because we're in a 5, like, I know I keep going on about it, but it's a 5v2 that they've lost. Because, sure, some utility was there, but it wasn't being capitalized on at the right moments. You weren't having the peek out with the flash. The flash was just to delay the plan. There was no actioning off the back of it. And I think that's something that really needs to be turned around. Hopefully, in this technical pause, they can really sit down and think about what's been going wrong so far. Obviously, you can't really communicate. Whereas that time to reflect on what's happened so far. Reflect on the importance, really, of this map.
Yeah, and I think to sort of barrel your thoughts together, in my view at least, BBL Pacific, and not in a rude way, but it's been a very boring map from them, because we know what they're capable of doing. You know, we've seen the pop-off potential, we've seen these players step up, we've seen everything that we need to be convinced that they can win here on Abyss, and we've seen none of that. Do I believe? Yeah, Comeback probably should have saved here and bought an op in the next round. Use the jet knives, grab an orb, you know, that combination that you were talking about. Obviously, if you've bought it the first time, then out of respect, you should buy it the second. And to be fair, it's not exactly like it hasn't worked for Comeback. Good start, 5v4. But BBL Pacific, this isn't their first rodeo being in this position, and they've lost worse before. A second kill, however, for comeback. Now that's a talking point that could be a second next to their name.
And that's also pulled the rotation, because you could see Supermassive has started going towards A, even the spike being delivered that way. And, well, BBL Pacific, they were rotating the completely opposite way. And on top of that now, Light has done that ultimate, so they know it's going to be towards B. Knife coming out is going to just going to confirm that at least the one player's already lurked up onto site.
Now they move in. Good shot from comeback. There's the third. There's the fourth. And then the last. Already looking stronger. Maybe the technical pause, as you say. Not allowed to talk in it, at least between you. But a bit of time given for reflection. And an immediate result off the back of it. And it is out of comeback. I literally said, you know, both of us were complaining in some way that this isn't the BBL Pacific side that we've learnt to love in this tournament so far. This isn't the BBL Pacific side that has had the pop-off potential, that has had players step up. And this round, it's a hero rifle, comeback finds 3. That's the team that we fell in love with in this tournament. And now we move into round 7 with a little bit more promise.
And I think it's more of not only looking towards the duelists to pop up. We've seen crazy rounds coming in from Kroon, LeBrock, Lighter, Rose, all across the board. And yeah, especially in this one, and everyone's falling flat, you do want to look towards your duelist.
He missed the camera.
It might come back to bite them in the butt, especially with Umu lurking over towards its position, operator in hand. That's the first one we've seen for the side of Supermassive on this attacking side. So let's see how potent it can be. We've seen crazy pop-off moments from both of these jets on the operator, whether it's defense, attack. So not counting them out just yet, but it does signal to a lot slower of a round start, and that's what we're seeing. A minute down. No space necessarily gained either towards mid, nothing gained towards A main or B main either, except you've got a trip down and a camera. Null commands and Cosmic Divide pop, so this is going to be a heavy committal into this site. Yeah,
they've just got to shoot heads. That's the aim of the game now, Umu. Speaking of heads, it's Lorox that rolls off the shoulders first. Rose will get one back, so 4v4. Loiter's sitting in the smoke throughout all of this, by the way, through the divide, and spotted apparently because they're well ready for a move like that. It's an interesting move from Skylan. No self-flash, the push just through the wall blind. Sellerson gets another. It is a 3-on-2. The star gets dropped, but so does the body. One in spawn, and a great shot from comeback, and it's all on Umu. The neural theft going to be burnt here, so now they know that the player's in main. The bait of the op as the shoulder rounds the corner. No scope, and we'll dash back onto the map, and we'll dash into the jaws of Crew, maybe. It keeps on missing. He's going to fall off the map. Is there enough time? I think there is. He just had to hope that the delay was enough, but unfortunately, there's only a couple seconds in it. But the body will fall off the skyscraper. At least the silver lining is that the defensive side don't get hands on the op. But that is such a funny way to close the round. And nearly a winning one as well for Papara Supermassive. Oh, my word.
You can talk about the aggression of both players, both teams having over-aggression. Jumping through Cosmic Device, jumping through smokes. Pick from Crew, and they're really sealing the deal in the sense of a way back into the site. This shot is just absolutely crazy. I thought he was going to fall off the map in the first place, managed to get back on, and eventually does end his life in that round by falling to the pits of Abyss. Timeout now as well for Supermassive. They don't want to let this score equalize, which realistically it shouldn't have been. We're looking at that round there. They had so many pieces in the right places. They had the ultimates as well. So much space gathered. And even the pick from Sellerson as we saw LeBrock trying to push through the smoke, trying to get a little bit more of a foothold onto the site itself. They had the boosted angle. They had like 1-for-0 trade in the sense of it wasn't getting instantly traded out because the spacing of BBL Pacific was a little bit wider than normal. They weren't ready to go all in for that retake. And a key few frags. And an ultimate from Kruin as well to note the last player of Emu towards main. And finally, an operator out now for comeback. It's going to be nullified if they all just run it out onto A. Solo defender here, tasked with everything.
You say that. There's Sova ult to give some information, shed some light on what Loiter needs to do, and a lot of these players tagged, but he just sits at the edge of the smoke and crouches. Lose all vision, lose all hope. 3 on 5 here on site. LaRock moving in from the heavens, 2 players from spawn. This is going to get tricky, especially when you just unscope in the open. It's an embarrassing showing for BBL Pacific. A push through the smoke for LaRock, it's just crazy. They've lost their minds on the defense. They don't get a single kill to show for it. Papara Supermassive do it flawlessly.
And Umu doing most of that after having already been tagged up by the Hunter's Fury on the original thing. Hopefully we can see that on the replay, but no, it's just the final kill. Final couple, 5 HP, insta headshots. You can't complain if you're on the side of Supermassive being able to convert that after the timeout and securing at least 5 on the half. But yeah, for the side of BBL Pacific, we were talking about the solo defender of A, even the ultimate of Rose coming through, the rocks as well. I just felt completely flat. Umu heroics, we were talking about a player needed to step up. For the side of BBL Pacific, we had that from comeback, a couple of rounds together for them, and Supermassive has answered back in kind. Umu's now the one searching with the operator. We'll tag through the wall. Still, no spike committal at all over towards B. It's a heavy default coming in. They just want to try and get rid of as much utility as possible, especially over onto this B site, because it means the rotates for the side of BBL Pacific can rotate a little bit more freely. Although saying that, 4 players from the side of BBL here. There's no sort of fast TP either for Loiter. Comeback's gonna possibly get timed over towards main. And then a lovely shot. And the rotate's being pulled left, right, and center. Supermassive not committing to anything, but BBL Pacific are running, chasing their tails. Penny drops, it's the wrong site. Look at the positions of Supermassive, Ryan. You have a Astra over towards mid. You have, well, a Sova about to walk into their spawn.
They are going to try and make the move on the retake. Information given as to where the jet is, but a blinded Cypher is only good for damage. Umu moves in. The shorty's out of ammo. There is another kill that comes in. But for BBL Pacific, it's all too late. It's all too slow. And the flank results in a one-tap. iPod just watches the body fall. 6-3. Papara Supermassive. Well, they've come to play here in map 4. Abyss. Seems to be their territory.
And just looking at this, last time that they played, it was a 13, like this map in particular, it was a 13-9 in favor of BBL Pacific, and it was the defensive side that they were actually able to do their best work on. It was an 8-4 for them, and it put Supermassive on that really heavy back foot going into their defensive half. So for this to be that much of a turnaround and leading 6-3 on the weaker half per se, when you talk about the historical matchups, definitely going to have confidence at least to convert this to a 7. Pistols only for the side of BBL Pacific. And it really just is a testament to how well Supermassive have been pulling the rotate, specifically in the last round. They were just winning fights everywhere, and that just left BBL Pacific questioning so much. There was players running left, right, and spawn. Comeback not going to be able to escape. So it's 1-for-1. Hunter's Fury. Kill onto Umu and a tag onto Loiter as well.
Back and forth, but it doesn't exactly fill me with hope. Neural theft deployed for Cruin. He's now
got all
knows
the information
of the attackers. Yeah, it is true. And they are bombing it towards A. Loiter on 20 HP. I mean, that's going to be the first form of contact. What else do you expect? You're low HP. See you later, Rose. Cruin, last alive, 1v3. And I think it's safe to say I'm nothing short of disappointed in this first half for BBL Pacific. I don't really care how the rest of this half goes, Summer. I think they should have done a lot better than what they have done so far.
Cruin falls. securing a 7-3 lead. Unable to get out. Tries the updraft. Gets sniped out of the sky from iPod. You have the opportunities as well. It's a 3v3. Sure, you have 2 players low HP, but it's the 1-by-1 situation that you're looking at. There's no way Supermassive are going to split up. You have all the information that they haven't, that all 3 are towards that A site. Taking liberties, trying to sneak out. 20 HP, Sheriff in hand, and you take a peek against 3 people with Vandals. Teammates get spammed through the smoke, and it's all left to Kroon on that super long flank. Back onto a full buy now, though, as well. Come back with this operator in hand. It seems he's never in the right position, even when they're going towards mid, defaulting towards mid. As soon as the operator's out, they can just smell it, I swear. Come back left chasing Supermassive, especially just trying to get posted up onto angle. It's exactly what you want your Jet to be doing. 1 cam, 1 trip. Dealt with over towards A, and again, Korean playing on this scary box. It's been a graveyard, realistically, for many people, but just in time. Comeback has rotated over just to get a lineup.
Better. It is a 5v3, 30 seconds. Finite amount of time for the attacking force to find a win. But look at this, the Astra's just being a nuisance towards A. The spike's made its way back around towards B. The tag is insignificant, or at least the information, because the move has already been made. The spike will go down. The site is theirs. Loiter going to get pinged twice. Opting to just throw the flash in. LaRock not even clearing what's up close before trying to pre-fire through the box. No need for the cool, snappy stuff. You just need a round at this point. Loiter's going to be the first to move through the smoke. There's your first and your second. Vent now on this long-winded rotate. This is a round that's going to go BBL Pacific's way. But even in a round that is a 3v1 in their favour, I can't be convinced. There's been moments where I'm like, I don't know. And even now, Spike can't get defused. The Astra pull is used. A second kill may be on the line. There is! And how on earth is that 3v1 turned into a 1v1? And it is a nice edge difference between win and loss there for BBL Pacific. Just about get their 4th.
And off the back of the initial double kill, 1 bullet lineup we have from Comeback over towards A, I was talking about the possibility of never having this operator having Comeback in the middle of the action. Or at least posted up ready for it. Thankfully, is able to rotate over towards A just in the nick of time to get that lineup kill. And yeah, you're talking about almost slipping through their fingers. You're looking at a 5v3 off the back of 1 shot taken into a 1v3 that could have gone so disastrous. A lot of information though. The side of BBL Pacific to work with at least early on into this round. Aldrin spots 3. But a counter one is going to spot absolutely nothing. Warning signals over towards mid. There's opportunities as well for the jump across. Heaven's going to be a little bit of a precarious situation if they're not going to re-clear. But that's exactly what Rose is doing. Going for this re-clear. Crewin wanting to play ahead of this Cosmic Divide.
Hopefully no one does anything stupid through it. Yumi are going to be her dropping down. Got to hit the shots. Doesn't. Spike down. All the ults are going to get burnt. It's the last of the half. The flash is fantastic. iPod drops Cruin. 3 on 5. And the retake is going to continue to get delayed. A knife now drop, catching all 3 defenders. I don't know where from exactly. It's just the information for now. Skyline and iPod 1 each. Comeback needs to hit shots. In the 1v4, we'll only find 1. And it is 8 at the half for the Supermassive side. They keep their dream alive.
We were talking about lackluster of this roster when we were seeing their defensive side back on Haven. And I feel like the script has completely been flipped. It's now BBL Pacific that we're questioning. Where's the oomph? Where's the pizzazz that we've seen from this roster, not only as individuals, but as a team. From what we've seen across the closed qualifier bracket, from the groups, something has gone missing, particularly on this map. Giving reminiscent to the start of Bind, Ryan.
I mean, at least they'll see some movement towards A. And
Oh, that trip.
the trip, as you say, just catching comeback. They knew that the entry pathing was always going to be for the Heaven side. The Rock will plant the spike. But it's a number disadvantage yet again for BBL Pacific. I feel like every round bar a couple they've played from a 4v5, so basically no change at this point, but it's just the point man removed from this round. Umu pushing through, dink, but no frag. Supermassive get another 2 for the price of 1, so it is a 2-on-4 as the attackers try and hold on to this site. The spike continues to tick. A 1v4 required from Loiter. Can only find the single. Yet again, it's one of these situations that's so tipped in favour of Supermassive. And it is now 9 for the Supermassive side. Map 5. It's coming.
It does seem that that's looming around the corner. The side of BBL Pacific, unless they can step up. You can see a 4 spike coming into this one. Spike down gives a little bit more credits for them to work with, but again, it's just Sheriffs, Stinger, Spectre. That trip there is absolutely beautiful, by the way. The fact that they... Obviously, there's going to be prep going into this. Playing for the retake, realistically, over towards A, you only have one sole defender. It's just a free kill, dash into a smoke, you hit a trip, and you have Salison there ready, waiting to collect.
Knife goes out, 2 players caught, retreating from it.
I mean, you don't want to keep pushing into that. You've just heard a Marshal and a Guardian shoot off at the drone.
Well, there's your first of 5. 4 more to go for double digits. Supermassive continue to expand their empire on Abyss. Smokes will go up. I mean, it will be an attempt and an attack on this site. Jet moves through. No one there to trade. Thank you, says Vent. Will eventually get stopped by Rose. But again, this just harms the numbers of this attacking force. iPod's going to hear the spike go down. He'll move through. He'll hear that it'll go down close to him despite the shot going deep. And the cam being removed as well. So at least BBL Pacific trying to keep them in the dark. Great shot. Nearly for LaRock. It's all bark no bite though for this attack. They get another spike plant. It's another round that Supermassive keep 4 alive at the end. And it is double digits. It's an embarrassing pick here for the BBL Pacific side. I know you run out of maps for later on you get in this BO5, but you can't help but think that this was something that we sort of had a bit of confidence in them for, and there has been absolutely no spring in their step throughout this entire map, defense or offense.
And you make the question, sure, you force in the 14th round. You have to keep forcing, because realistically you're at a 10-4 deficit. So only set to grow if you don't really put the pressure on Supermassive. Sheriffs, Bulldogs, and a Guardian. Half armor for majority of the team, and Umu's gonna be sat waiting for those entries because of the outlaw in hand, but it doesn't actually go in favor of Supermassive. We've gotten a pick in favor of BBL Pacific with the Sheriff, but it's instantly answered back. Ryan Skyler's gotten a double. A site's been completely shut down. Loiter's trying to engage onto a scoped weapon, an outlaw, 140 damage to a body shot. It's looking like it's the end of BBL Pacific in this map.
Well, oh well. It's a shame that it happens in round 15 of all the rounds. Spike goes down, 1v3 for Vent. have a feeling, though, that this is going to be short-lived, the success for BBL Pacific.
Chances. Back into this. Light spotted out, Vent as well, but Comeback's already pressing the issue. Stopping the save, I think it may not be that important if in the whole grand scheme of things, because, well, Supermassive should have enough money to force up into this. You even see Umu going for that operator, being dropped over by Skylan. Sure, Vent's not necessarily going to have the best weaponry coming into this, but if you're looking across the boards, this is looking more of like a bonus buy for the side of BBL Pacific, because they haven't necessarily got the money to reinvest unless you want to start throwing away the weapons that have been saved over. There is the conversation about Comeback, still have that Outlaw in hand, 4 players even on half armor here. Oh, it's just such aggression. They're playing with so much confidence, Ryan, that you can see Umu just jumping off the map back on to take that early peek over towards A, and immediately has rotated off, trying to get onto another angle, unexpected. Really keep the players of BBL Pacific guessing in a round where they're hoping to get an easy win just to try and close this gap a little bit more. A missed shot from Umu is a chance, though. There's no stopping utility realistically either for the B anchor players, other than, sure, the trips. They're going to be dealt with.
Good flash. Get some space in sight. The cross allowed. Come back into the heavens. Actually do fancy BBL's Pacific chances of winning this round. I don't think they're in the worst position ever. Comeback needs to do something miraculous from this heaven position, or the sight hold needs to be a little bit better between them. That smoke going to buy some valuable space. Skylan drops the knife here, and whether he does or not, the information doesn't tell you where, it just tells you how many. And so if Comeback gets pinged, it would have been a good idea. Instead, he lets 2 players go by in the smoke, and 2 quick headshots. Peeks out of heaven, the overheat is crazy, but it's the information that's going to help the squad. The Astral Divide coming out now as well. Umu sticking the spike, no one's going through to stop, and eventually there will be a stoppage to it. Is there enough time?
I don't think they have it.
No, there isn't. And it will be.
Wire.
It
Ryan.
will be a 6th for BBL Pacific.
Milliseconds. And a way to do it as well, you have Comeback into that heaven position, like you said. Slips the net, not expected by the players of Supermassive. See it in the replay here. Sure, you talk about the overheat, could have cost them the round, almost in fact did. And you're looking at this, the possible body block as well that you saw Vent trying to do, just slightly off, manages to get the barrel of the gun through, connects the headshot. Sure, half was stuck and unobtained. There's no time left in it, and that was a pivotal round, realistically, for BBL Pacific to come through with. And that was, again, off after a force, realistically, from the side of Papara Supermassive into that round. You had Vent only with that Sheriff coming in. You had an operator on Umu, so the buy was all over the place. And now coming into this one, a timeout. Just looking across the board, you really need to get the finances in check, because there's been no sort of consistency in it, especially since round 14, 15, and 16, because, well, BBL Pacific, they just kept forcing, because they're in the situation where, realistically, they don't want to concede any sort of 11-4, like, 11-5 lead, in the sense of you don't want to let the round differential grow and grow, especially when they're nearing that 12 match point mark. So BBL Pacific, full buy into this one. Rose has a Guardian, Comeback with an Outlaw, but should be easy pickings for the side of Supermassive in the sense of Stinger, Guardian, Vandal. They're the main ones that you want to look for into this round. And the Duelists and the Initiators, the supported players put down onto the pistols. No information gained, actually, off that Aldro. No one spotted out. passive, Ryan. They're just gonna scale up quietly and silently. There's the pop, there's the flash, there's the go sign.
Ult goes forward. Spike plant will be delayed, and I think it's just for the sake of getting the Hunter's Fury out of the equation. Want as little variables as possible that tarnishes this round and the success it could bring. Loiter getting pinged out, the flash. Oh! Full blind! And now the bodies start to trickle in! What is going on? That's 2 ridiculous shots now that I've seen in this round from BBL Pacific. And there could be a few more. Because the retake is still on for this defense. Or at least they're getting ready for it. The tap from Loiter delivers on more and more and more. He's on for the ace. He will be given one. That is disgusting from Loiter. Talk about a point of no return. A must-win round for BBL Pacific. And my word, does he pull up with one of the sickest aces I've seen.
And it's the first 2 shots, Ryan. I really need to see this in the replay. Full blind gets the timing tap onto the player trying to exit through CT. The readjustment as well to the jumping heaven player. Skylin sat down realistically in that engagement. And oh my goodness, like you said, an important round. And just in the fashion that they walked away with it, there's going to be confidence brewing as well for the BBL Pacific players. They're starting to string rounds together. Supermassive exploring over towards this B site. Loiter has an opportunity. Another first headshot, first kill. TP actually cancels out, so able to play around with this position a little bit more. Vent in a precarious situation if he does get swung upon. It's just an all ruse. A is the end site for these players. They've managed to get the kill onto the exit. Ultimate as well from Korean. They're going to have so much information. They're going to know there's no one flanking. Everything's going to have to be from the CT position. No money for the side of Supermassive to reinvest into the next. They're going to be on such a loss bonus, sure, but any damage that they're going to do onto the BBL Pacific side, it's not really going to be much. Larocque can rebuy for someone else. Loiter can provide for themselves. Korean can even drop to come back if they want to go hunting. So it just forces the save out from Supermassive. An 8th conceded. The gap's now 2, Ryan. Like, you've got to start to believe for the side of BBL Pacific that they have the chance not only to bring this back into an equal game, but even possibly close it out in regulation if they keep going with the same sort of aggression, measured aggression as a key back into this one.
Yeah, I was quick to admit that what we saw in the first 15 rounds of this map was abysmal from BBL Pacific. I mean, basically every round in the first 15, they were playing from a 4v5. Every round, it felt like it ended in a 1v4 that they had to try and win out in some miracle fashion. And now we've got into the last 4 rounds in a row from 15 all the way through into the start of 19, where BBL Pacific have had players that have started to hit shots, individuals have started stepping up, the teamwork's looked a little better for them, and maybe there is a bit of belief. And to be fair, it doesn't look like it's giving up just yet, because Kruin hits another. Umu silenced. We'll have to watch from the spectator screen. It's a good start. Comeback hits another. They now know that there is a cipher towards this side of the map. And yeah, sure, neural theft engaged, but they have the bodies to just send it into sight to try and deliver on a win. iPot dink for dink, but unfortunately, Kruin gets the second shot quicker, and Vent now left alone 1v4. BBL Pacific are going to be up to 9.
And you're talking about Kruin in that round, just above and beyond. We saw Loiter popping off in the last. Kruin, important kills, but also the knife from Larocque there hits the Cypher short. Salasons falls soon after, but it's more the fact that the scale up onto site doesn't have to slow down just while they try and deal with the trips or anything. Knife goes out, hits the Cypher, speed up on the rounds. Some lovely fadeaway shots as well from Comeback. I don't know if that's going to be in the replay. But again, cleaned up by BBL Pacific. No one's allowed to save into that one. I'm just looking at the finances. Supermassive. They're taking a gamble with this one if they do stick with this buy. They're just going to keep buying and buying because Umu has even forced out an operator. No shields, no updrafts, no armor. iPot on the Sheriff, Selison and Vent on the Sheriff, so they're looking like they're going to be saving into the next. It's Umi that they're buying around. They need to see some sort of impact from this force up of this operator. Has the chance, but it's been spotted out now. Having to deal with that drone. Doesn't want to stick around too long, because if that operator falls, there's no chance for saving into the next. There's no chance you're going to have that going into the 21st round. Especially if you can see 10-10. That flash is always on point, Ryan. It's the same one that you throw every round. This time there's 3 players waiting for it.
And look, they've got the spike down without a lick of damage taken, Summer. And more importantly, you mentioned the utility. Rose has the Sova ult online. LaRock is 1 off the null command. This isn't exactly an easy round for Papara Supermassive to be winning. There is a big flank coming in. The flash blind. Umu dead. And now they'll start to move on in. Skylan able to react accordingly. The flash to go high, but will not blind LaRock. And that's enough to get the null command on. But the bodies are dropping, and it's on both sides. A 2v3. Selazan stuck in the site with the operator. Scopes in and fires, but to no avail. The Sheriff can't collect either. And it will be 10-all tie game.
And you can even see Loiter wanting to run down Selison here. You don't want to let this operator be saved. This was the main investment into it. Oh, he falls off the map! Oh, he survives? No, he doesn't survive the time! He thought he might have had time, because you know at the round end you can jump off the map. It's funny, it's cool, it's everything. You can save the weapon if the round ends just on time. But now he's just looking absolutely like a fool, Ryan.
Oh, do you know what? Six losses in a row. Like, you're going to be feeling the heat a little bit. And then to watch your teammate do that, op in hand, in a round that now you see a Guardian invested into, you're going to be tilted, man. You're going to be rattled.
And this was the operator for Umi to buy into this, because that was forced in the previous. Everyone else can buy it. It's Umi that's left, unfortunately, without a weapon in hand, and he's the first to fall into this one.
With an op.
Yeah, to the operator of the opposition jet. Trips dealt with. An opportunity to scale up. We've seen how well the flashes can be. Ultimate dead from Selison. Another ultimate invested. This is looking so poor for the side of Supermassive. It was an 8-4 lead. They converted the pistols. This was their game to lose. This was 10-4, Ryan. 10-4.
It's about to be 10-11. I'm going insane, and I'm not even playing, I'm just watching. Imagine the roller coaster of emotions you must be on right now if you're on BBR Pacific. Like, you know how bad you were playing in the start of this map. You know, the first 15 rounds, as you say, like, it was 10-4. It was 10-4 to Papara Supermassive. And while they're giving it a good go in terms of damage, this round is done. There is no way they're going to win. They're giving a hell of a lot of money and guns over to this defending side, which can't really afford the op. Exactly. And I mean, sure, maybe you're just feeling a bit confident, like you want to run at this Papara Supermassive side, and there is a bit of an awkward engagement going on. What is going on?
And that's the operator, that was the player that you saw who was able to scavenge it from mid, able to try and save it into the next round. Umu's there licking his lips like, yes, nice lad, you've gotten it. Great, save it. No save is going to come through. Sure, you're able to save 2 Vandals over, and you can see why BBL Pacific was so adamant on that hunt. Look at their money. Look at their money, Ryan. They have no worries about finances, because, well, they've actually just gone on, well, kind of a 7-round win streak. After Supermassive won the pistol, won the conversion, and now the momentum, you have to feel it. You have to say BBL Pacific have to be playing with confidence right now.
It's so funny that the last 2 rounds, they don't have an op because one player falls off the map, and in the very next round, the player decides to bring a knife to a gunfight and not hold a gun in his hand. Like, it must be so tilting. Not to add on the sprinkling of the fact that you've conceded 7 in a row. Oh, man. Admittedly, the defense is going to look a lot stronger in this round. They've got the divide, they've got the null command. BBL Pacific don't have much on offer. And I mean, they're now just going to have to spend the next 50 seconds or so drawing out the utility, trying to bait in. Comeback just goes flying through the air, and to no avail. The push comes in from Cruin. It's a second kill, finally one back. It's looking like 11 all though. Rose is nowhere to support, and after 22 rounds, this game is tied up.
What a way to do it as well. You see all the rounds that we were looking at, they had great positions, they had all the right players in the right places, you have all the right weapons on the plays that you want. Umu has an operator in a couple of rounds, sure, but this one, it's the rifles that do it. BBL Pacific, sure, it's equaled out in a game, but you have to be favouring them in this round. Again, they have weapons, they have money, they're going to be able to buy it until this goes into overtime. For the side of Supermassive, this is realistically a must-win round for them. In regards to the money, in regards to ultimates, they haven't got that much. Vents and Skyland for the retakes, along with iPot.
This is so quick. This is so quick. Oh, and they've just been isolated. They're both double stacked. And Rose has managed to weave his way through, but it's at the cost of a teammate. A second one as well. Finally, there's a trade. It's 3v4. We'll send a shock dart through, but the spike is dropped in heaven. It'll be Cruin's job, maybe, to go back around. And in fact, he's just casting a big shadow over towards A. If BBL Pacific want, they can go back, they can loop A, and the Cypher becomes the entry.
And the drone over towards mid as well. It's not going to spot anyone out. If Crew and go over towards spawn, it's being held though. This is going to be an important engagement. I think, yeah, Skylar spotted that. That's going to be a flash out and a peek. Is it going to be turned? No, it's not. Clean kills for Supermassive. So now they have to commit over towards this B site. Not saying that it's impossible, but it's definitely not probable.
Rose is moving forward. Spike in hand as well. This is going to be tricky.
Trying
to catch out the Hunter's Fury. And you are right. It's now a 1v4 for Rose. Finds the first. And the second. Knows where the third and fourth. Oh, can't connect. And it now goes the distance with Supermassive. A 13th in sight. What an awkward map this has been. So up and down. And it all lies in round 24 for BBL Pacific to save face.
And surely this doesn't end in regulation after the string of rounds that we've seen together. A timeout coming in from BBL Pacific just when, yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't called in the previous round. They had an opportunity to make it to 12, maybe possibly save Nick for a rainy day. That could have happened here. Rose really putting a best foot forward, an ace required, but shut down by the opposition Sova. And I think that's someone to really highlight in this. iPot has been the difference changer for the side of Supermassive. 23 and 12 on that supportive agent, followed up by Vent 18 and 13. These are the supportive agents that have really been making their best try. Shock darts out, isolation kills where you saw Vent towards the start of that round. The fact that they weren't able to get traded so quickly really just kind of help pull it over towards the line to the 12 rounds for Supermassive there. And BBL Pacific, they are going to be kicking themselves if they can't close this out now. If they can't close this into at least overtime. Because, especially after the string of rounds you put together, you have to be feeling like they should have come away with it. They were in the prime position to take it, especially round 22. They're the ones who had the investment, not Supermassive. They just don't want this map to go in favour of Supermassive, be forced to deke out on Ascend, which inevitably becomes BO1.
Peak, shot, connects. 5 on 4. This could be it for Papara Supermassive. They could find this 13-11.
And they're going to be playing so passive for the side of Supermassive because they have Vent with that Cosmic Divide as that retake. Rose is going to force the issue, trying to clear out some sort of angles. Almost gets the kill onto Selison. But they have to play towards site because we've seen how precarious it can get when they leave site, when they're playing off site, especially with Vent's ult in tow.
Wow. That's a lot of info. I think that's 3 players caught off by it in a missed shot out of the op. They're now setting up for the post plant, getting ready for this. Vent has the Cosmic Divide. Let's not forget, everyone on the attacking force is so far away from the ult. Nothing will be brought out for them in this round. And there you have it. The Divide. Comeback walled off. Skyland 1-for-1 as Larocque finds the opener in this retake. The bodies start to come on through. There is a punish. Crewman finds one back. It's a 2v2. Player in heaven has found both frags. And with that, we go to map 5 as Papara Supermassive will find themselves just about on the receiving end of a map trade, 13-11.
And it's 3 rounds, Ryan. It's 3 rounds that they're able to put together after a decimation of their defense by the side of BBL Pacific. And honestly, the fact that we are even going to Ascend is criminal to me on what we saw from both sides on that second half. It was looking so strong for BBL Pacific. Lost the pistol and then just answered back in kind with 7 in a row, but they just couldn't get the 8th or the 9th just to close out the map or even force it into overtime. And unfortunately, it is going to be a 2-2 scoreline for them. They have to duke it out on Ascent, but that's going to be after a quick break. And I'm definitely going to be interested to see what kind of back and forth are we going to see on this map, or is it going to be a whitewash again?
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial memory and storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.
Welcome back in, ladies and gents. We have ourselves a 5-mapper. I guess for the trilogy, we deserve to go the distance, as it has been in this tournament so far. We end on Ascent, and to be honest with you, Summer, after the previous 4 maps, I'm very torn on who I want to believe to go through to the main event. Like, we just have a quick recap. Bind, Tulpars Supermassive went 1-0 up. BBL Pacific had a really good chance in being able to make that game closer, if not their own. They then go into Haven, which is their pick, and Tulpars Supermassive get absolutely decimated, not a single round, 13-0. Then go into Sunset, the pick of Tulpars Supermassive. BBL Pacific snatch it away from them. And then we headed into Abyss, and then it was the reverse, where it was BBL Pacific selection, Tulpars Supermassive take it 13-11. So I feel like we've got this like really weird concoctions of different results on different maps, and Ascent is like, where do you even like put it? How do you even read this 5th map?
Görüş sağlıyorum.
Fasts out towards B. iPot opening kill. Flash goes high. VALORANT wants damage, but will get no blood. It's iPot instead that buries him in the sands of the B site. Rose having a little jiggle through short. A bit of a tag to Skyland. Wallbang nearly connecting as well to Selazin, who's now at 28. It's a 3v5, but the HP bars very deceptive, because this round mighty winnable. And it starts with the spam being completed, not onto the Cypher, instead onto the Deadlock. And now they'll start to pile bodies through the smoke. Vents holding the other side. Kruin just went on his own, and it will be punished. Loiter down to 8 points of health, and the rest of the squad will continue to crumble around the seams, as it is Tulpars Supermassive that take the pistol.
Kafes tetiklendi.
Still, follow-up, not out of the ordinary, Summer. Good shot from Skyland, trying to bring some normality back to this round, and I think with how it looks at this very second and in the current climate, it's the attacking force that should be able to overwhelm. Spamming away at the door. I mean, it's information. They already knew that there was going to be a player. If not from short, it was going to be the rotate into heaven. And, well, spike down, second round, pretty easy stuff. BBL Pacific cannot deny the pistol and then the follow-up conversion from happening. Don't know. Not a clue. Oh wow, that is a nice shot from iPod. And yeah, well, as you say, pretty bog standard exit to this round. Nothing too serious going on for Papara Supermassive. 2 for 2. 2 Bulldogs, Judge, Guardian, Ghost. It's a really weird pick and mix of weapons, but just prioritizing keeping your creds in this to focus on the next. And of course, for BBL Pacific, after losing the previous 2 rounds, the money good enough to give yourself some proper funding and some proper weapons. Getting charged down, you've got to be careful. 2 players on the site. There's a third rotate coming in as well. The spam through the box unsuccessful. Comeback has found iPod, and now Umu trying to jump into action, and that he shall. But the problem is, there's a third player on site. They are able to deny just about. Vents hit another. LaRock is now stuck. Another tap of the spike. Players' backs are turned, and finally, this round is closed out, but it doesn't come without its own problems. I don't know how there's so many players on site for so long, and then all of them just fall like dominoes.
Uç bakalım.
Yeah. Yeah, opening kill goes their way, and now BBL Pacific have understarved the information in middle. It's allowed them to pivot B. The blind is solid from the Omen. They've got to be careful, though, because the players are pushing in. Rose with a double. iPod gets the response. It's now a 3v3. There's still 2 players on the site to try and bail them out. It's a 1-for-1. And a second from iPod makes it 3 in the round. The spike will go down. Kruan has to clutch up all by himself. Hits the first, but not the second. iPod's fourth. Comes to life to give Papara Supermassive their third. And BBL Pacific a short-lived moment of success.
Son 30 saniye.
Spike taşıyıcımız öldürüldü.
Bir düşman kaldı.
3'ü
Yerleştirildi. Bir düşman kaldı. Ayakta kalan son.
tetiklendi.
Oh, good start. 2 kills. Skyline gets the trade, but there's a second layer. There always is with this BBL Pacific side. Selazan creates space, but they rip it right from them.
Bir düşman kaldı.
Ah, göremiyorum.
Bir düşman kaldı.
Ultim hazır.
Tek tabanca. Peki.
Kafes tetiklendi.
Spike ortada düştü.
Should have been their round. Should have been their round. I don't know what the hell this TP is from Vent. You have no info towards site. You just back off. And as you say, like, it's so indicative that both players are going to be coming from CT or market. Like, no instant trade. Okay, well, if they were CT, they would have swung me. So that means market or main. And the likelihood of a double flank, next to nothing. So you just TP into short. You give him a freebie. Rose has just sniped down one, trying to snipe a second as well. iPot removed quickly from the supermassive side. A decent investment of that Hunter's Fury because it's 1.5 in terms of damage. A frag plus some. Tips the scales in their favour. A ping on short. And it is in blue. So it tells me the BBL Pacific know exactly what's going on towards the A side of the map. But the problem is there is still the majority stacked outside B.
Kafes tetiklendi.
Son 30 saniye. Burada kuralları ben koyarım.
Oh, the dash. Oh, the dash. Saves lives, doesn't it? Especially in tricky situations like this, but Venge just found a double. The flankers just walked all over this defense of BBL Pacific. Druin and Larocque left 2v3 now, excuse me. A swing in towards Glass. Selazan has to back away before things get a little too dangerous for his liking. He'll start to close the door and close the chances of BBL Pacific taking a second. Larocque 1v3, spots the Cypher, but the problem is there's so many bodies and not enough time. He just has to take fights, has to win them out, and will fall at the first hurdle. 6 rounds played, it's 5-1.
Spike yerleştirildi.
Elimle koymuş gibi biliyorum.
Bir düşman kaldı.
Sıkışamadı. Kaçış yok.
After 6 rounds played, as you mentioned, Papara Supermassive with the dominant start, 5-1. Score doesn't look easy. Neither does the weapons in the pockets of the BBL Pacific side right now. And again, it's one of these slower defaults. I think they understand, obviously, it's an eco. We don't want to go over pressing the issue. We don't want to go sending all our resources into a big funnel and have a sheriff line us up or someone on a cheap shotgun doing all the damage. So you can see, they're going to just prod and poke with the utility, allow it all to do the work. Then that's where the bodies will start to emerge. Umu finding a second, out of sight. Sheriff finds one. Rose still pinned behind sight itself. Vent will eventually get the best of the Sova and the net to bring Larok to his knees. Cruan alone, 1 on 4. Nakam into heaven is good information, but there's not much you can do with only a sheriff in your hands. 6 out of 7. The gap keeps getting bigger, and the hopes and dreams of BBL Pacific making the main event just keep getting smaller and smaller. Yeah. Yeah. They baited the ult. And look at this. From the shadows for Vent. Straight in towards B. The TP cancelled. Rose will get the audio information, but look, it's completely sold them. 2 players in spawn will have to barrel it either B or A. They still don't know which site this is ending on. You have some belief in the Cypher trips, but the question is, will it deliver? 20 seconds, such a finite amount of time for Supermassive to make their move. Flash goes out, and the shots go up. Larok gets the opener. A second, a third for the BBL Pacific side. And now 12 seconds for a spike plant to be locked in, and there is little to no room on the site to work with. It's their second on the board. It was a call for justice, maybe, that we can't go out on the 5th map, as embarrassing as it looks right now. So there is a resurgence from this defending side, but as you mentioned, Summer, stats don't lie to you. And in this situation, the defense is going to be much more favoured than that of the attack for the BBL side. And so the real question is how many more can they get? How many more do they put on the board before the half switch? And we end our first half. If you've only just joined us, of course, where have you been for the last 4 hours or so? But more importantly, Map 5, decider to see who makes the main event and who will go home, sure, with a bit of cash, but it will feel basically empty-handed depending on what you could be doing in that main event. Well, yeah. It's a much better start. We're used to it being the other way around, where it's Supermassive that wind up with the openers, and it's BBL Pacific that have to worm their way back in. Instead, they'll burrow themselves in a 2-player advantage. And that's it.
Son 10 saniye.
Yeah. No. They're getting there. They are getting there. That's what's important. Piece by piece, brick by brick. Must admit, these opening 2 fights, there is a common theme, and that is that it's just all in isolation. BBL Pacific, whether they're picking the fights or it's the supermassive squad that are giving them, it isn't exactly ending very well, the previous few. We'll see what this timeout has in store for us. Not so much we get to listen in, but the byproduct of taking the pause. It would be cool, wouldn't it? It would be very cool. No, of course not, but would you get a live translator? Yeah.
Kafes tetiklendi. Kamera devre dışı.
Görüş kısıtlanıyor. Spike ortada düştü.
Görüş sağlıyorum.
Spotted out, but will evade all moves thrown out by the attacking force. The flashes are wild here on short. They know that iPot's here. The second, well, unsuspected to comeback's operator. Now a 3v4 crew and stuck on their own. Neural Theft going to give away where the defense lies completely. The question is if they want to stick to A or if they want to twist the end goal. Head towards B instead, maybe. Larocque still jumping about, trying to get the information. As anyone in middle doesn't see anything. And actually, could not have left at a worst possible time. This is now just going to be a big flank for Salazar. Larocque, it's all about timing. If he's looking the right way, they lose this round. If he isn't, they will win.
30 saniye.
And unfortunately, they turn at the right time to block out the Salazar flank. From the shadows used towards B, it will be cancelled. They're trying to bait in. There's 19 seconds left. There's such little time. Vent's TPing into sight. He gets caught out on his own. And it's another 1-by-1 push.
10 saniye.
Salazar will be pinged off by the KO knife. And this round will be theirs by brute force. It is 4 on the board for this defense.
Bir düşman kaldı.
Like 1 pixel in the scope and you die and it's like, come on, man. One of them. It is true.
Kafes tetiklendi. Kameram yok edildi.
Görüşürüz. Bariyer yerleştirin.
Oh, giving it a go! That is disgusting from comeback. Clips him through the wall. Salazar fires back. He has been a standout performer, but not to the levels that comeback is providing for BBL Pacific right now. It is iPot against 4. And our penultimate of the half, albeit an eco, is showing individual excellence time and time again for comeback. And it's back to the old ways. Just sit in smoke. Shorty in hand, tries to pre-fire the close corner. iPot trying to get clued up as to what just happened and what he heard. But BBL Pacific know better than to give away advantages like this. Just about holding on to the weapons. Maybe look for the hunt. See if there is anything worth saving. Well, now there is. It's in front of the eyes. Oh my word, iPot finds a second. Player spotted. LaRock missed chance, and another opportunity squandered. Wants the op, does pick it up, and now, spike in hand, he makes the noise, the steps as if he's walking away. Kruan flanking out. There is a chance, a tap coming in, another one. The op has just collected one more. And iPod, oh my god, iPod, you can't be winning those. Papara Supermassive still another way in a 1 versus 4. BBL Pacific, I said, you just need to hold on. They play passive to make sure that things like this don't happen. And it's a gift from God that lands in the eyes and the hands of iPot. It's 4 snappy kills, 2 with the D, 2 with the op. And it is all she wrote for the penultimate round, but not the way that the script was meant to be written.
Üçü tamam.
Burada kuralları ben koyarım. Bakın şimdi.
Oh, great shot. Comeback gets one back. Infuriated by previous defeat. Peek towards main, Kruan. A lot on his plate. We'll have to get this one piece by piece. It's Loiter. Double through the smoke. And the op nearly collects for the last as well, but it will be Loiter's third. BBL Pacific's fifth. And to be honest, Summer, I can't help but look at this and go, do you know what? Yeah, fair enough. Nice defense. But how the hell are you conceding round 11? And how are you 5-7 down in this series? Clearly there were weaknesses from Papara Supermassive, and I say that, there's the same argument, but on the opposite end of the stick. Papara Supermassive could have been 9-3, 10-2, it could have been so lopsided. Spike ticks. Bodies in front of it. A knife on the door. Comeback will be alert. And an omnipresent defense of this site required to convert. And much needed pistol. Comeback gets a double. Rose just jumping right click with the classic. BBL Pacific right back into the driver's seat at the start of this second half.
Yazık.
Bir düşman.
Comeback nails the fourth. And it is all landing in the hands of iPot. Utility could definitely give up the game of one of these players, but you can see it's passive, it's slow, it's time consuming, and it is so needed, this 7th for BBL Pacific. And iPot does not want to give any more orbs. if necessary. Tie game after 14. It's one of those. We thought, is it going to be one-sided? Is it going to be close? Right now, it could not be any closer. Rose clearing the angle. Dink and frag for the classic. Only a ghost available to upgrade. We'll try and slip in up close. Loiter. Is this expected? Oh my word, iPot just trying to get through to die to the spike. Knew that he was being hunted down. But the old orb still lands in the hands of the attackers anyway. It's 7-all.
Spike B'de düştü.
And now they've got to go and play fetch for it. 2v3, 40 seconds. iPot has just landed 2. Skyland the third. The Sova moves through. And that was a clinical 1v1 to win out. But it's BBL Pacific that now take the lead. Screw the statistics. It's just heart and soul in this final map. And the final half of it. Because it's now the Pacific side that find themselves in front. It is a slim margin. But it's slim rounds that are being converted.
Ayakta kalan son. Bir düşman kaldı.
Şu şurası. İyi oldu. Kafes tetiklendi. Kafes tetiklendi.
Göze geldi. Son 30 saniye.
They've got a player in mid as well. And that's going to be comeback dead to rights. They're just giving away 2 free kills. That's 2 upgrades, 2 guns, premiums on the floor that can be collected. Rose, good start. Questions anymore? Okay. Salazar hits one, and now all in the hands of Rose. Cannot find a thing. And just when you thought BBL Pacific were going to defy those odds that we were talking about, and how subpar their defense has been this event so far, it has been spun on its head once more. And Papara Supermassive have made this work off of a Bucky first blood, and then an outlaw misstep in middle, and then they just circle like sharks towards the site. Everyone making moves into the wrong crosshairs at the wrong times. And after 16, we continue to be split down the middle.
Spike yerleştirildi.
Kaçış yok.
Yeah, gonna need some pace. Got to get these kills and fast. Rose has hit one. 3 in the smoke. 1 dead already. Nearly a second. Skyline able to hold on for the trades. Advantage still sits in the court of BBL Pacific. The ult's going to get dropped. And I think that's pulled in one. And now it's all on Loiter, basically. And that is correct, Cruant. Going to be banished out of this round. And the retake becomes reality. Papara Supermassive take the lead 9-8.
Hedef son.
A minute to think.
Ya çok yakıştı. Çok oku. Gölgeler vurmaz. Vurdun.
Well, there goes the Hunter's Fury for the defense. And it's to similar avail. Maybe a tag, but nothing more. Skyland first to drop a body. And the spike will go down. It's an emphatic start for the Papara Supermassive side. They're more than happy to give up the site in favour of playing retakes. They know how successful it's been before.
Ayakta kalan son.
Finds 2, Skyland 1 back. Gotta find these kills though, and Papara Supermassive will make it a 2-round buffer between the Turkish derby. The two sides we've hyped so much about. Only one slot in this close qualifier, and it's Papara Supermassive that find themselves 3 rounds away. It was neck and neck throughout. And a very, very nice delivery of a retake. You mentioned a bit of a questionable move. Loiter being the one drop means BBL Pacific can't exactly zone out these players. Fortunate that there was a Bulldog double. But when the dust settles, Papara Supermassive, more coordinated. They have the visual blockers. They have the space. And they know that they can just take fights together and win. And that's what grants them a 10th. Double digits now for this defense. And unfortunately, for this BBL Pacific side. It doesn't look like they're ready to let off the pressure just yet. There's a fast play coming in from A right now, or at least a lot of bodies behind this smoke, and they will continue to press on in. They will continue to try and deliver, but it's 2 from the operator of Umu, and just like that, BBL Pacific cut down to 3, and now the retake again can just be played. They know that they're damn good at holding this site down when required, and so they'll let them have the space. They'll let them take position, because they know Papara Supermassive are the squad to take it right back, and the weapons aren't even that good for this attack either. There's a Guardian and 2 Vandals, no knife for Larok, no smokes for Loiter, and only the 1 trip for Kruan, and the flash will go out on site. This engages the retake. Umu wants blood, and he will be given a hat trick. Vent, Selazan finish the job, and it's Papara Supermassive up to number 11.
Çekilin yolumdan.
Drone gönderiliyor. Gölge çıkıyor. Kafes tetiklendi. Yerini elimle koymuş gibi biliyorum.
Spike yerleştirildi. A atıyorum.
Yeah, all 4 players. Oh, the drop down. Oh, it's just a glorious lineup for Rose. It's the round over, and you're right. Maybe there is no opportunity to save anything. Shock dart to force iPod away. You will not get your hands on it. Or maybe you will. He's having a look. They heard the audio cue as if he's moving away. He'll peek in on sight. It's a freebie on the exit. He'll take the op, and he'll bring one with him. It's a 9th on the board for the attacking force of BBL Pacific. As for the defense, well, they still have chances and they still have money.
Tak değilsin ya. Faydalı olmanın bin bir yolu var. Tam isabet.
Burası.
Uç bakalım. Düşman işareti. Kafes tetiklendi. Bakalım herkes nerede?
They've been pretty consistent of converting from the 5v4s. This is a dangerous game. I don't know how iPod. He re-swings. He re-swings! And collects both headshots on the main position. BBL Pacific gutted inside 2 out.
Kalan son.
And Rose can't even connect a simple burst. It's all on the rock. 1v5. And it might just be map series qualification point as Papara Super Massive take 12. One more to go. And they get 3 shots at it.
Spike B'de düştü.
It's twice. Twice. He's pushed in. Straight through B main. Should never have been given a kill, never mind 2. And now it all falls on the shoulders of 3. To deny Papara Supermassive of 13. To deny them a spot in the main event. And it's got to be done 3v5. And while they've taken a chip out of the shoulder, the spike is in the grasp of the defense. And there is a definite way in, but it's through what feels like a brick wall. 2 players, double stacked, one on top of another. They'll peek. iPod gets a third. LaRock gets the trade. It's a 2v2. There's only 25 seconds left. They are going to have to commit B. There's no chance they can head towards A. Skyland plays inward. Do they clear? Do they check? No, they will not, and that is that. Papara Supermassive sent BBL Pacific nowhere. It will be the squad making their way through to the main event, and that is such dismay for BBL Pacific, because we knew that they had half a chance, and I was going to say they send them packing, but as I said earlier, they go nowhere. It's actually Papara Supermassive that'll be packing their bags, because they'll be heading to the studio ready for that LAN final. Yes, and so with that draws the end of our closed qualifier stage. We have our 4 teams and the stage set ready for November 30th. I forgot the days. I forgot if November had 30 or 31 days in it. That's just me being stupid. But November 30th, the 2-day event, the main event, of course, BBL Esports, Team Liquid, Giant X, and now Papara Supermassive. They take the BO5 3-2. They are the team that will move forward. And now all eyes on that. Summer, real quick before we go, your thoughts, like having seen this close qualifier, do you think the Papara Supermassive side that we saw today can win in the semi-finals game and maybe play in the grand final, or do you think the tier 1 teams are just going to have the I guess the more experience and the more firepower to knock them out? Do you want me to answer first then? I'll take the hit if you want. Okay.
I think there's a chance if we have the best sort of showing of these teams coming into this, in the sense of we've seen such highlights from Tulpars Supermassive, but we've also seen the lowest of lows as well, even in this best of 5, right? So coming in against the T1 teams, and I will give them the benefit of the doubt in the sense of there's no rosters. BBL, realistically, the only team that have actually debuted it, and wasn't necessarily the best showing in that Red Bull home ground tournament, and we haven't actually seen what the rosters are going to be looking like for the side of Liquid and Giant X, because this is going to be this off-season event for them and a debut for that roster. So if they bring their A game, I think there could be a chance to make some of the games close, but I don't think we're necessarily going to be seeing so many mistakes go unpunished by the T1 teams compared to what we've seen in this close qualifier, and especially in this best of 5.
Yes, we will be wrapping things up here today. As I said, join us on November 30th and December 1st to see how it goes in those BO3 semi-finals game and another BO5 in the grand final for you. BBL Esports, Team Liquid, Giant X and Papara Supermassive will be there. We will be there too. For now, enjoy your weekend and the rest of the week, and we will be back on Saturday, that's next Saturday, for the action of the main event. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone, and have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Heroes. They're made of actions. They know how to win. They're out of this world. You know them. Be one today. Get serious. Be the story to be told. All you need is dedication, perfection, precision, a winning attitude. Become one with your duo and embrace the monster in you. Tulpar for serious.
You don't believe the hype, so we stick to performance. You're not buying off the shelf, so we create for the off and running. You deliver ambitious builds, unrivaled gaming, and untethered creativity. We develop products that do the same. Crucial Memory and Storage offers high-performance solutions for maximizing your potential. For the tech-savvy, the tech-rookie, and the technically, I'm just getting started. Because wherever your drive is taking you, it's also taking us.